What's going on, everybody? Happy did I say Tuesday? Happy Tuesday. I've got a special edition. I should have written sales implementation workshop, but I guess you can see it on whatever slide is floating around in the nether regions. Um, Today's going to be interesting, and I'll be honest with you. I have sales has been one of those really difficult subjects for me to talk about because I haven't written a book on it. I've written like 10. And so I partially write the books that I write because I want to organize my thoughts. And sales is probably the topic that I've been most intimidated about writing a book on because it's the one that I feel like I might actually know better than basically any other topic. And so I'm going to do my very best to try and consolidate this into what I would consider to be the 10 kind of biggest areas of focus that I continue to see when I take, Hormozy hotline calls or people who come out to the headquarters. I see kind of these repeated mistakes over and over again that are kind of like the big levers. And so also I wanted to thank you guys for filling out. This is me printing this out, and little shout out to Kevin Gong for putting this in, so you saved me a step of just kind of the different topics that you guys had. What was really interesting about this is that I had independently made what I thought the top 10 topics that I wanted to talk about were, and they mapped almost one-to-one to what you guys had questions about. So it actually worked out really well. If I had been way off, then I would have been like, wow, I suck at sales stuff and I should, you know, jump off a building and forget everything else. But luckily, I do know about some stuff about sales, and so I will hopefully be somewhat entertaining, super educational, and I'm going to try and leave some time for some Q&A. I'll do my very best to keep this one short. Again, this is a topic that I can kind of go as deep as we want. I could talk for 8 hours on just lead nurture, and so I'm going to just try and be as targeted as I can, 80-20 on the things that I find most likely to be the issues with most people's businesses. Cool? Can I get a fire in the chat? Say yes. Tyler, thank you for typing fire. Tyler, unless that was said ironically, typing fire. Who are you? You guys are ridiculous. Okay, so welcome to the Sales Implementation Workshop. Let's rock and roll. So pre-frames for the day. Let me start with the definition of selling. And I want to start with this because I think honestly, it's just really important. It's how I start my ACQ sales handbook, which is our internal handbook. And I think it'll just kind of set kind of the tone for everything else. All right. So I'll read this as it's the first thing that a new salesman at acquisition.com reads when they get their job. So I feel like it was kind of telling to set the day this way. All right. If you execute everything in this handbook, you'll become an expert at selling. And so for here will be for this workshop. Easily the top 1% or even the top 0.1%. But you cannot get there without first understanding what selling is. And rather than only define it, I'll set the frame with a powerful story. An arrogant student interrupts a psychology seminar and scoffs. Look, man, everyone knows you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Acting as if he had just shared some profound wisdom. The psychology professor paused and looked at the student. That, he said slowly, is the best way to make yourself powerless. The room fell silent. You assume the environment doesn't matter. You assume we can change nothing that affects whether the horse drinks. But you're wrong. So he made his way over to the blackboard, chalk in hand. If you want the horse to drink, see if I can act this out in real time. If you want the horse to drink, you could salt its feed the night before. You could remove access to water. You could fix its head on so it can't look away from that water. You could even start bleeding it out. And the students got visibly uncomfortable. There we go. The professor turned back to the class, his eyes sharp. I could go on, but I think you get the point. With every change, the chance the horse drinks gets closer to 100%. And it's not because you asked it nicely, reasoned with it, or because it had a horse conversation with itself. It drinks because, and only because, the situation makes drinking the most likely response. The student puffed up. But that's manipulation. It's horrible. The professor squinted. Making a horse drink is a scientific question. Your belief that something is impossible because you don't like it is not. Science does not care about your approval. He returned to his seat. You can hide from the truth with any fantasy you'd like, but real outcomes happen in the real world. For that reason, they are subject to the conditions of the real world. And that can only mean one thing. If you control the conditions, you control the outcome. And I like to set the frame for the day with this in mind, because there's a lot of times that we want to cast our power about our ability to persuade onto other people or onto situations or whatever. But the reality is that and I use this example a lot, but wherever you guys are right now, if I wanted to get every single person naked, I genuinely believe I could do it. Now, how could I do that? Well, if I could control all the conditions, which would be that I lock you in your room, right? I blast the heat to 200 degrees. Within a few hours, all of you would take all of your clothes off. And so it wasn't because you had a hoarse conversation with yourself. It's not because I persuaded you in some very compelling way. It was because I controlled the conditions. And so the idea here is that if we want a desired behavior or we want a desired outcome from a prospect, then we want to control as many conditions as possible. And to be clear, we can't control all the conditions, but we want to control as many as we possibly can that maximize the likelihood of a sale. And the reason I see selling as such a, I don't know, maybe I'm romantic about it, is that it's just it's kind of this wild expertise in trying to control chaos. There's unlimited variables that affect people. And we couldn't actually guarantee 100% of people buy because we can't control someone's history of reinforcement coming into a conversation. Now, we could guarantee someone bought if we got to control their lives from the time they were born until the time they got to our sales table. We can't do that. And so we just try and control as many of the variables as we possibly can. And so our goal here, right, why do we do this, is to maximize the likelihood that a qualified leads buy. That's it. So that is the outcome, is that maximize the likelihood qualified leads become customers. And so the idea here is that, and because sales is additive in nature rather than 0 to 1, sales is in that we're going to control a variable and it's going to add 5%. 1 out of 20 people who weren't going to buy now buy because of this one variable. We're going to add another variable that gets another 1 out of 20 people to buy. So that gives us another 5%. And I would encourage you to think about sales in this way. It's controlling many variables rather than saying there's one silver bullet. Sometimes like an amazing hook can be a silver bullet. Sometimes an amazing message or kind of a brand. These are kind of big silver bullets that take many golden beams to accomplish, but then once you have established them can create huge changes in a business, seemingly overnight. Sales is not that way, at least in my experience. It's so much more additive that there's many small things that when put together create the outcome. And Tyler, I know that you're staying naked, so good to know. So a few strategic principles to set the day, all right? So one of them is that many of you, if this is especially important for those of you who sell more premium stuff. And the reason I find this so important is that I read this book a very long time ago. I think it was called Triple X Sales. But basically, they'd interviewed a brothel manager. Brothels they were legal wherever this lady did it, I think. And this is not a moral, commentary on whether brothels are good or bad, so calm down, all right? But I'm just saying that they were very successful in charging significantly higher prices for their services compared to their competition. And so when talking to the brothel manager, the thing that stood out, and I'm a big believer in I can learn from anybody, all right? And so I'd encourage you to do that without having moral judgment. But one of the things that they brought up was everything has to be congruent. And so it's almost you're painting this picture for a prospect from the time they see the ad all the way to the time they give you money. And if you create this frame of this is what you're buying into, this is what our business is about, and then at any point in that process, something is off, something triggers a red flag where they're like, well, that doesn't make sense with the thing before, you lose them. And so I would say that above all else, we want to make sure congruence is true throughout the funnel. So if you would like to have if you guys want to have something that will kick you in the stomach and make you feel terrible, this is what I would encourage you to do. So this is action item number 1 of the day. Go to a brothel. I'm kidding. Action item number 1 of the day is go through your entire sales process. All right? Go through the entire sales process. Go through it as a prospect would. So change the name, change the email, change the number, whatever, and actually walk through it with your team. And if you don't have a team and it's just you, walk through at least the click flow as a consumer might. And what you might find surprising and terrible is that there's a lot of pieces that feel really clunky, that don't feel smooth, that don't make sense. This part says it's going to do this, and then we go to somewhere else because you've iterated this thing a couple times over the years, and you've never actually smoothed out the edges. I can almost guarantee you that before I do anything else we talk about today, making sure that what you promise from the very beginning to what they actually get on a sales conversation, in a call or on a Zoom or whatever it is that you sell, as long as that entire process is congruent, you will get significantly higher lift. And then once you know it's congruent, then we can see what can we make it congruent about, and then we can start elevating things. But if everything's disjointed, you will not close nearly as many. Second, buyers have very high motivation to buy for very short periods of time, and motivation will be directly correlated with the level of deprivation they experience around the solution, aka the pain they experience right now. And the thing is if you ever had pain around something, it's typically very short-lived. Like, you're in a bad mood for much shorter periods of time than you think you are, even when you're super sad. Very short periods, and then you go about your life and something reminds you, and then you're sad for a short period, and then you're back to normal again, right? And so the thing is that it's in those moments where the motivation is sky high, and we have to be there ready to make an offer, right? And so many of you, like, you could triple your businesses by simply talking to your leads within a minute. And I'm going to get to a lot of tactics around this today, but like, I can't emphasize this enough. Many of you guys would just double or triple your business if you just called your leads faster. That's it. You made it easier and faster for them to buy. The next piece is around concision, and we're going to get to all the sales tactics and stuff. These are just big pillars that I thought were worth bringing up from a behavior perspective. I think what separates exceptional copy from mediocre copy is clarity. The more I've been selling, the more I've been marketing, the more I've been persuading, I have lost so much of my mythology around all the NLP and all these language patterns and all this stuff. Like, most people are confused and they're distracted and they have no idea what you're talking about. So like, you just have to speak to them in a third grade language, not because they're dumb, but because they don't care. And you need to make it so easy for them to consume that they don't even use any mental brain power to process what you're saying, so that you can just allow the message to do the work and not let their brain try to process it and then make a judgment on it. And so whenever you're in doubt about your messaging in your entire sales process or the scripting itself, just look back and say, can I dumb this down to a third grade reading level so that I use no words that someone has to think about in order to make a decision? Like, across the board, and I've done this more times than I can count, if I want to improve a campaign, I literally take all the copy all the way through the funnel and the script, I put it through a reading calculator, and I get it below fifth grade. Third grade is amazing, fifth grade is usually more normal. All right? But you want to get it as low as grade possible. And if you just do that, you will see 10, 20, 30, 50% improvements overnight without actually changing what you say, but only how you said it, because you made it easy. Now, I've talked about this at length at our workshops that we hold here, but I will, for those of you who have not been here in person, I want to outline a concept for you that I think is really powerful. So, who here has heard the concept that there are emotional buyers and there are logical buyers? Let me hear in the chat. Who here has heard that concept, right? Great. And I heard this concept as well, and I believed it because somebody on a stage said it, and I nodded my head and said, that person makes more money than me, therefore I will listen to everything they say, right? After thinking about it a lot more, I actually don't think that's true, and I'll explain why. So I believe that there are high information buyers and there are low information buyers. But to be clear, it's not binary. It's not high or low information. It's not logical emotional. It's high to low, meaning that they exist on a continuum. Now, if we were to represent this in terms of what it looks like from a marketing perspective, or the marketplace at large, it would look like this, which is there are way more people that require more information in order to make a decision, and then some people require less information to make a decision. Now, here's the cool part. There's two vectors to this. One is that some people naturally are more inclined here, and some people are naturally born here. But you can shift the whole curve this way by simply making clear messaging that educates the marketplace, that makes it more likely that they'll buy. Now, the reason that many of you, and some of you guys have probably heard this stat, many of you guys have probably heard that 3% of people in a marketplace are ready to buy, and 97% are not ready to buy yet. Some of you guys may have heard this stat before, okay? I strongly believe it. And the reason that big brands are so big and make so much more money than the classic kind of straight direct response style, like you have no brand, you have no reputation, you just have arbitrage on media, meaning you spend X, you make Y, you make the spread, and that's your whole business. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you're not going to make nearly as much money as you could. To be precise, if you're all competing, if that's how you do business, you're all competing for this little 3% slice. That's it. But all of this is the 97%. And the way that you capture these is over time. And so I want to do a fun little exercise with you right now. Who here in the chat, drop a 1 in the chat if you bought the Scale Advisory and you had never heard anything about me before the book launch. Drop a 1 in the chat. Y'all are crazy. This is totally going to make my point wild. Okay, so look, there's like 10 people there. 10. There's 1,000 people in Scale Advisory. So 0.1%. All right, and maybe of the 10, half of you guys didn't understand the question, right? It's a super, super small percentage, right? It's not even 1%. 1% would be 10, so I guess it is 1%, right? Now, I want to do another one. Who here had heard of me only from the book launch, only in the last 6 weeks prior to the launch? Put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat if you heard about my stuff like for the first time within the last 3 months, or sorry, the last 6 weeks before the launch. Okay, we got a couple 2s, a few 2s. Crystal, you were a 1. Killing me, Crystal. Okay, not many. Now, who here, and I'm just going to prove the point. Yeah, you're good, Crystal. Who here had, and I'm going to exaggerate it to make a point. Who here had heard of my stuff for over a year? So 12 months. It'd been at least 12 months. Drop. You already know I'm going to say 3. So drop a 3. Get my point? You guys are going for the sale too fast. And so the reason your businesses are limited is because the 100% of your business was the first 10 ones. Are you getting this? 100% of your revenue, 100% of your revenue is coming from that 3%. This is your 100%. When in reality, it should be 3% of your business. And then the 100% should be this massive circle on the outside. That's the game. And the reason that brand matters over the long term, and you're like, I thought this was about sales. It's about maximizing the likelihood that you get somebody to buy. That's what I'm going to show you how to do. Sales is a portion of that. But you have to understand this buying continuum. And so the objective of the marketing that then leads into the sales process is simply to move a customer along until eventually they have enough information to make a purchasing decision. And so fundamentally, the reason that people have to have, like, how can Tesla sell, because they have sales, how do they sell on a checkout page? Because people have enough information to buy that they can just click and buy without having a salesperson. Right? You can absolutely, for everyone's like, you could never sell something that's high ticket with a checkout page. Well, this thing just proved it with the ACQ Sale Advisory, and so does Tesla sell $100,000 cars on a checkout page. Of course you can. Of course you can, right? And so for many of you, the selling process is because your marketing got them to here, and they still need a little more information to make a purchasing decision, which then gets them to buy. And I want to frame the day this way so you can understand how I think about selling in general. Okay. This is a quick tactic that I will give you just from lots of years of experience on this. If right now you're trying to run especially paid ads, sometimes even outbound, if stuff is not converting for you, because it's typically be cold ads or cold outbound where stuff wouldn't convert. If you're running warm traffic, meaning like content, everything converts because everyone already trusts you, but that's because they're already here. And you might not be good at, you're good at branding, bad at selling, and that's fine. I'll just leave it there for now. If it's not converting, make it longer. You're trying to sell someone with this much selling when they're here. Well, you can only sell someone with this much selling if they're this close. Otherwise, you got to make it longer. You got to extend the runway. Because the bigger the runway, the larger the plane that can take off. And the larger the plane, is the bigger percentage of the market share that you can capture. Now, a shift on this is that many of you are going to have sales teams or salespeople that work, whether in person or they work online. And there's this big concept that like, people are born salespeople. And I hardcore disagree with that. I think some people over the years leading into their job interview with you will have learned different skills than other people. And if they have some skills that already overlap with many of the generalized skills that are required for selling, then there's less training that must occur. But fundamentally, if you can learn it, it's trainable, period. The question is whether it's worth training, which is a separate question. But if you take the position, which I do, that everything is trainable, then it means that it's always your responsibility and it's within your power to build the best sales team possible. Once you do have people who have a level of requisite skill in order to reproduce sales on a consistent basis, the thing that maintains their behavior at a high level is culture. And I'm going to dive into this really deep later. But many of you have some of the right pieces, but you're like, man, my sales team's lazy. They don't want to work weekends. They don't want to contact leads that fast. They only want to get spoon-fed stuff that's really hot. Guess whose fault that is? Yours. Because you set that as the culture. You said, these are the rules of how we do things here. And they said, okay, this is how we do things here. I can get away with doing nothing and still make money and get rewarded for doing so. And not rewarded publicly, but of all reinforcers in the system, they get more reinforced for not working than working. And that's on you. Quick delineation as we go into today. I'm going to talk about two things as well, which is going to be follow-up versus nurture. Follow-up is going to be somebody opts in. You have a short window of time. How do we maximize likelihood they buy? That's follow-up. Nurture is going to be they didn't buy in that first 7 days-ish. What do we do to maximize likelihood they buy long-term? That's nurture. All right. Rock and roll. So quick ground rules. Some of the things that I'm going to talk about today you will have heard. Good. But they may not have been what you needed to hear at that time. Fantastic. But they might be what you need to hear right now. So I would encourage you to kind of listen with open ears, because sometimes it's the 7th time, but it's the first time that you needed that phrase or that nugget to actually take action on it. All right. And so look at this with fresh eyes. Beyond that, there's the cloud versus dirt dichotomy. I could spend 4 hours talking about how to open up a sales call. But that is not the highest use of my time or yours, because I want to get as many of you guys deconstrained around the sales function as humanly possible. And so I will go as granular as I can, but beyond a certain point, you always have to figure it out, and no one's going to save you there. All right, so I will do everything I can to get you all the strategic decisions from my experiences so that you can just not make mistakes. But if it's like, how do I write a script? It's like, okay, well, you open up a document and we put words on it. Now, the order of those words we'll go over today, right? But the exact words, you're expected to be able to take a principle and apply it to your industry, all right? Okay, so here's the hard truth. You aren't closing in as many leads as you want because you're not talking to leads while they're curious, speed. You're not giving them a clear enough reason to buy. You make it hard for them to buy once they decide they want to. Those are the big three. You're not closing as many leads as you want because you're not talking to your leads fast enough. You're not giving them a clear enough reason to buy. And once they do want to buy, you make it hard. So on the flip side, if you talk to them right when they're curious, you give them a clear reason to buy, and you make it easy for them to do so, more people will. And so this is what we will fix today. But before we do, I want to make sure that we're solving the correct problem. So I will reiterate this because this sales implementation workshop still exists within the larger function of the business. All right. And so you remember from the first implementation workshop, there's 6 M's. All right. And I want to confirm that this is the correct mountaintop. You have to allocate your resources in the way that's going to get you the highest return. If sales is truly the bottleneck of the business, then this is going to, you're going to get your mind blown, your business can grow a lot. If it's not the bottleneck of the business, then I would encourage you to learn some stuff. But still, if you have priorities of like, I have to roll out this pricing raise, or I have to increase my outreach attempts, or I have to make more content, do that. You do not hurt my feelings. So, quick recap for how to know if sales is your actual constraint right now. So number 1, can you handle more customers? Yes or no? If you can, great, move on. Can you afford to get more? Yes or no? If you could afford to get more, or you might not be able to afford to get more, let's find out. So if you could afford to get more and you could handle more, then go get more and don't change anything. If you can't afford to get more, then sales might be your constraint, but it could be because your leads cost too much. But do they cost too much because you're below industry average or above industry average or at industry average? Now, if you are actually above industry average, then it could be that your sales sucks, but it could be that your lead gen sucks too. We have to find out, which is, how do we know that you convert too few? Well, there are different benchmarks that I'm going to try and touch on at the end of the day in terms of conversion mechanism, but this is probably the hardest one for me to say, because like this is where pattern recognition is so valuable. Because like if you're closing, 15% of Facebook leads as a brick and mortar business that's service, I'd be like, doing great. If you're closing 15% of clicks that get to your e-commerce page, you have a god tier page and you should not touch anything, and it's probably not even true, right? If you convert 2% of webinar opt-ins, you're doing great. So everything kind of depends on what the kind of benchmarks are. And this is where I'm gonna have to, I'll probably end up having to come up with a good, it's just, there's so many different ways to sell. But maybe you have an inkling that you're not selling as many as you should. So 2% for webinars is probably a good benchmark of leads. In-person sales, for most of you guys, if you have any kind of conversations happening one-on-one, you should be converting about 35% of people that you talk to. If you're above that, you might want to raise your price. If you're below that, let's fix your sales process. Same with phone sales. You should be closing about one out of 3. All right. Now, the rest of these are not sales related. And so this is what we went over last time, all the things we can do to fix our lead costs and make your leads cheaper and get more for them. This time, we're going to cover these ones. How do we convert more of what we've got? So, a quick note on this, because this whole thing, even though it's about sales, it's really about conversion, right? And so as long as you are not supply constrained, meaning that you can take more customers right now, like if you got twice as many customers, you can handle them, right? An increase in any part of the funnel increases throughput. So if you are not supply constrained, we could get you to contact your leads faster, and that alone could increase throughput. We could re-script your sales script and increase throughput. We could do better lead nurture, so we get more people to schedule and show, and that would increase throughput. All of these things are additive. So it's like, which one of these things is the right thing? The one that is the biggest shitty part of your conversion process, which whenever I attack these things, I typically go from lowest to highest, because getting a 1% to a 2% is a double. And so rather than getting an 80% to a 90%, which is 10 percentage points, 10-ish percentage up increase, but that might take way more effort than taking a 1% to a 2%. So with that foundation being laid, many ways up the mountain. So all of the things I just referenced are equally effective ways that you could improve your sales conversions. You could call the leads faster. You could make it easier for them to schedule. You could have a better follow-up sequence in order to get them to show up. Give them multiple reasons to do so. When they hop on the call, you could pre-frame the call better. You could add a VSL in this process. Anyone, if you're like, well, which one should I do? All of them will work. And so the question is, which ones do you do first? Well, the one that you think will get you the highest return, that'll cost you the least amount. And so I'm going to give you kind of like the 80-20 on probably the top 10 biggest sales implementations that I see happen. And it's really unlikely if sales is your bottleneck right now, at least one of these will change your business. Okay. And so you should select the thing that is the highest risk-adjusted return path with your existing skills and resources. So this is me trying to summarize the entire presentation in like 5 seconds. You probably right now just need to add a VSL, call your leads faster, call them more times, have a clear script, drill that script daily, know how to actually train sales, and email them more times afterwards. That's probably what you need to do. I'm going to go in a lot of detail for all these parts, but that's more or less it. And yes, 2% is from opt-in for the webinar, not schedule or show, but opt-in. Live on the webinar is typically 5 to 15% of who shows for a close. If you're curious for us, I think we closed 12.5 on ours. So that being said, this is what you guys all asked for. So the number one request was sales team hiring and management. Next was industry specific sales, which I'll give you a big nugget. There's almost nothing that's industry specific. You can, like, if I can give you one amazing like ism that you can remember for life, you sell the man in front of you. You don't sell the product. All right, you sell the prospect, not the product. If you know who you're selling to, what you end up plugging in matters almost nothing from a selling perspective, not from a business perspective, but from a selling perspective. If I have a lady who's struggling to lose weight, I can talk to those pains, match those pains to a solution set, and that solution set could be ashwagandha root, it could be workouts, it could be supplements, it could be meal plans, it could be meal prep services, it could be GLP-1 shots, it could be it could be HRT, it could be any of these things, because you sell the prospect, and then once they understand that you understand their problem better than they do, they will believe what you recommend. And that's why if you're bringing sales guys on, it's so much more important to get your guys to or gals to understand the prospect and the pains they deal with more than the product. The product, the part of the pitch that's related to the product is very short. And many of you guys have trouble teaching and scaling sales because you sell from a consultant frame. So what is a consultant frame? It's where you come in as the expert. Now, for sure, being an expert at something will give you significantly more authority and will make it more likely that you will buy from somebody. The difficult part is getting 100 people, if you have a really big team, to become experts at something overnight. Really tough. And so we compensate with that with a superior process about knowing the prospect and not trying to pretend like we know more about the world than they do. This is especially important the higher level prospects that you're selling. So I'm going to go through how to get around that. If you're one of those, no one can sell like I can sell, maybe, and congratulations, your business will stay small forever. Probably not not the award you want to win. So is there a way, what we should frame it is there a way that I can take what I know about sales and put it in a way that anybody can follow the process and still get closes? And that's what we'll go through, all right? Now, as we go through this, objection handling is a big one. I'll talk about that for a big chunk of time. Close rate conversions, we'll talk about that. Sales scripts and training, I'll talk heavily about that. B2B and B2C, to me, is functionally the same. Show rate improvement, that's to me the same as conversion rate optimization. Lead qualification nurturing, we're going to cover it all right? So I organized today with these topics, the ones that I highlighted, the things that I'm not covering, urgency and scarcity creation, because it's like a little bit outside of sales. Functionally, all of urgency and scarcity is about deprivation, which is you hitting on the pain harder. It's basically it. What does it cost you for not taking action? We just have to highlight that, and then that pain gives them action to do it today. Money model integration, that's more marketing-y, so I'm not going to hit on that today. Self-checkout, I'm not getting on that. I'll talk about that at other times since it's such a small percentage of you guys. But everything else that you guys wanted to know, I will be hitting on. Cool? All right. I did modify the order though, but I weighted them by interest. So I'll be talking the most about sales team hiring management training because it's probably 2 of the top 3. And then kind of like, but they won't be in that order because it makes more sense to do it the way I have it outlined. Cool? All right, so that's what we'll talk about. So before we can sell anything, we have to talk about the avatar. We'll talk about the offer very briefly, but many of you guys, if you're closing at 15%, we can improve the sale. If you're closing at 0, your offer sucks. So you might want to fix the offer. VSLs, which I'll talk about at length today because I think many of you are missing them or doing them wrong. Preparation for the calls in general, which I think many people don't even do. Follow-up in general, I delineated this earlier. It's the thing that you do right after someone opts in before they buy. How do we increase the likelihood they get on the phone call or do the meeting and then give you money? Scripting itself, training and culture for the team, long-term nurture after you've made the transaction, getting more salespeople, and then sales process flows, which is number 10 that I forgot to put on this list, but it's number 10. I'll go over it. Okay, so now that we have this idea, now we're going to pick the right path up the mountain. My goal here is not that you do every one of these things. It will take you a while to do all of these things. I would like you to go through all the pieces that I'll go through today, be like, which of these am I absolutely sucking at? And I want to do that one first. So do that. Okay. So again, any or all of these things can improve your business. I will cover them all, but I'd like you to pick 1 or 2. Okay? Great. So let's take these one at a time. We'll start with the offer. I'll be very fast here. As a reminder, if no one is buying, if 0 people are buying, we want to make sure that we're matching the thing they want to the time specifically they want to buy it. All right, so sometimes this is especially true with some of you guys who are like, I can't get people to buy my upsells, so I'm a little out of order here, but I can't get people to buy my upsells. You either have the wrong thing, the wrong time, the wrong way, or all 3. So what do I mean by that? So right now, I can tell you, there's a bunch of you guys that can't close your upsells because you're doing it at the wrong time. So let's imagine this is a client journey. This is day 0. You guys are offering them to buy again at the end. This is the worst time to offer it because you will miss out on 2/3 of your sales if you wait till the end. Typically, you will want to have a day 1, kind of immediate upsell. You'll have a 24-hour if something makes sense. Then you'll have a milestone. If this is how you do it if you want to maximize. You've got your halfway, and then you've got your last chance. These are all the times you actually need to sell. Notice that 4 out of 5 times are in the first half of the journey. So right now, if you're like, man, I can only get 1 out of 3 people to buy on the back end, that makes sense. That's about industry average for a last chance offer. If you want to get to 70+%, you got to offer it sooner. Because think about this like even like video retention. If I had a video and people were watching my video, right? If I made my ads here in the last minute, I only have 10% of people even watching the video at that point. So even if I closed 100% of people, I could close 100% of 10, right? You're missing out on the boat. So you want to basically make the offers when you have 10 times the audience up here. Even if you have a lower conversion, you're still going to close more sales. People have a lot of discomfort around this. And the main point is that you typically, for some reason, you have some odd like mental belief around this because somebody like didn't hug you enough as a child when you were getting sold. But big picture, when we're selling this way, you just have to make sure that you're offering them more of that thing, a faster version of that thing, an easier version of that thing, a more risk-free way of that thing to get them where they want to go. Fundamentally, that's it. And if you make a better offer, you'll convert more people, and if you do it the right time, the right way. All right, now, the Money Models book talks about all the upsell stuff. Those upsell mechanisms, I strongly encourage you to use in any kind of upsell process. That is kind of what gives you the hand-to-hand to make those processes really smooth, like the rollover upsell or the anchor upsell. Those are all classic ways of doing it, or the classic upsell. Cool. Now, this next piece around lead magnet, and it feeds pretty naturally into Avatar. I talked about better offer and lead magnet in the leads implementation workshop, but because offers affect literally everything in a business, it still felt worthwhile to at least briefly bring this up. If your lead magnet should lead them to want your core offer. It should be a partial solution to a bigger problem. If you are not getting, so like, I'll give you an example. If I sell a strategy day, right? And then at the end of that strategy day, I say, would you like more strategy? They're like, no, I'm good. It's like, well, what do you mean? How are you good? It's like, well, I could sell more strategy if I sold, why don't we meet once a year and you'll meet again a year from now? But if I said, you want to do another day like this tomorrow, I'd be like, no, I'm good. Now, it doesn't matter how good you are at selling. It's just the offer's wrong. Now, after you get a day of strategy, what do you want? Help implementing that strategy. That would be the next natural upsell. And so I only bring this up to say, like, that still has to be right. Once you have that right, everything else that I'm going to talk about will apply. All right? And so we want to make sure that we're matching the dream outcome to the correct prospect, to the right avatar, right? So these are just a couple examples, right? 11 frameworks we use to build wildly profitable gyms. Like that thing will attract the right type of gym who wants it. Now, if it was wildly profitable fitness businesses, then I get a lot of not gym owners that want fitness businesses, right? If I'm trying to attract homeowners, and because I'm an HVAC business, then talking about the mistakes that homeowners make is going to be an important way to do it. If I talk about condos, I'm not going to get homemakers. This sounds obvious. And yet so many people, when I look at it, multi-million-dollar business owners have lead magnets. I had a guy the other day who came up at a workshop. He says, hey, I've got 100,000 people following me on Twitter, and I'm a Twitter ghostwriter for crypto, and I'm having trouble monetizing my audience. And I said, okay, how's your lead magnet? He said, it sucks. And I was like, well, what if we had a good one? He's like, it'd probably work way better. I'm like, well, why don't we just start there? Right? So sometimes it's the big obvious thing, right? Okay. I said I just wanted to briefly cover that because I hit it last time, but it just was worth mentioning for those of you who missed out and were like, sales is my big issue, this is what I need to work on. I wanted to hit on that. Okay, now let's get into messaging and avatar. This is likely where many of you guys are making the biggest strategic mistakes in your sales process. So let me walk you through the pyramid of affordability. And this is where everyone gets trapped and stuck. Okay. So there's a lot of people down here, right? And these are all, I don't have money, I'm very sad. Let me see if I can draw like the guy's holding his pockets. He's got nothing in his pockets. Can you see that he looks like he's holding his pockets out? Like he's a little bit? Okay. So all these people have no dollars. And the thing is there's a lot of these people. Lots and lots and lots of them. And so what happens, and the reason this is so important, this concept, is that the amount of buying power that's here is 90% of the marketplace is here, but 90% of the people are down here. So the money's up here, and the people are down here. This creates an obvious problem. Because if you don't have lead qualifications, you will fill up your funnel with all of these. And then what happens? You then say, well, we have to keep lowering our price so that we can get these people to buy. But by doing that, you're just trying to cater to the people who are going to cause you the most headaches. The only way to serve this audience is something that is entirely automated. It's the only way. Like there are absolutely ways to make billions of dollars from this audience because there's a lot of people here. But you got to find a way so that the incremental cost of serving a customer is zero. That's how it has to work. Otherwise, you got to go here. It's just the nature of the business. You want to make as much money as you possibly can so that you can build out the infrastructure that you can eventually serve these people. There's a reason that school was something I was able to do 15 years into my career, not as the first thing that I did, right? Because it's very hard to serve people who are just starting out, who just want to start a business. Very, very tough, right? There's a reason that we have qualifications for our workshops. I know that 80, 90% of the lead flow that comes in for our workshops is literally unqualified. We just toss it out. But imagine if we said, no, we have to find a way to sell a product that sells to all of them. Well, maybe the correct product for these people would be priced at, $25,000. I'm just making this up, right? But maybe to get the correct price here, it'd be $250. But maybe my cost on this might be like $100. And my cost on this might be $1,000. I'm going to make so much more money here than here, even with the volume. And so many of you are not able to sell because you're kind of in no man's land. You're trying to sell a product to someone here. So it's not expensive enough that these people believe that it's legit, and it's too expensive for these people and they complain about it. And so you really just serve no one, which is why it's so important to pick the avatar that you're actually going to solve. So right now you do have a favorite customer. You already know you do. There's a certain type of person, they have a certain type of demographic that you're like, I love these people. They're awesome. I can provide a ton of value to them. Great. Stop selling people that are not them. And then price appropriately. Because what happens is, I say that to someone, they're like, well, if I don't sell, 4 out of 5 people who get on the phone with me, I'm going to lose a lot of money. Yeah, if you don't change your price. If 1 out of 5 people is the correct person that you need to sell, and for that person what you do is 10 times more valuable, then price it for that person and sell to those people. And then ignore these ones. Give stuff away for free, let them level themselves up. Okay? That was a little bit of a deeper. I'm saying this because I love you. All right? Okay. Was that fun? Okay. Now, I want to give you a really, really, really interesting case study. So this is fresh off the press. So we did an analysis. We analyzed 11,000 sales calls, okay, with AI. And we did this month. So this is like truly like fresh right now. And what we did was we wanted to identify the pain points. And so we created a document. It was 1 page called Why People Buy Workshops. And I would encourage you to make a document called Why People Buy, whatever your thing is. Now, let me show you the results of this, if you can see it on the screen. When we changed the messaging, and I'm not a bad marketer. I mean, I don't think I'm a bad marketer. I think I'm an okay marketer. I've done okay, right? And I say this to say that like we get like, no matter how good you are, no matter how much experience you are, there's always more. There's always a deeper way, and sometimes like you get lost because you haven't made copy in a while and you come back in and you just need a refresher. So let me tell you what we did. We took 11,000 sales calls. We analyzed the people who buy. We analyzed the language patterns they used when they made a purchase. And then we took the words that they used. Here's the crazy thing. Found out the phrases they used. Took those phrases, put them in the ads, put them in a new VSL, And then we included it in the sales script. Guess what happened? Our contact rate more than doubled. Our call booking rate almost doubled. The revenue impact just from this one, just from inbound specifically, almost doubled. All across the board. And our quality of the people who are coming in for our workshops, because obviously we're constrained in terms of our square footage, went up, literally improved by 20 or 30% in terms of the quality of the people that were coming in. And so the reason I bring this up is that, like, if you could have a double simply by changing the words you use to be more accurate, because like, and I'll tell you what the big shift was. For me, I talked a lot about what I want, right? What I wanted was these things. But what someone more deeply wants is to get out of pain. And so I was talking more about promise and less about pain. And so we just flipped it to be more about pain and less about promise. And guess what's more motivating? Pain aversion. Also, side note, guess what's more compliant? Pain aversion. You say, let me tell you all the bad things about your life, I can help you not have that. Versus, let me promise how much you're gonna make on the upside. And so when I'm in like great mood marketer, I'm thinking upside. I'm thinking scale, I'm thinking big dream, big possibilities, we're gonna change the world. But why does someone buy? Because they haven't taken a fucking vacation in a year. Because they can't be with their kids and their Slack notification keeps coming up. Because they have this deep fear that they're never gonna be able to get this business to make money without them killing themselves. And when I say killing themselves, I mean figuratively, like working too hard. Right? They cannot imagine a world where someone else could actually run it and they could maybe not just have a week where even when you do go on vacation, you actually can check out. You can actually be present because it's not even about leaving. It's about leaving the business behind emotionally or mentally so you have space to actually relax. Many of us entrepreneurs here have not taken a vacation in years. You might have physically gone somewhere, but you have not experienced the lack of stress for what feels like a decade or multiple decades. That, and solving that problem, gets people to buy. And so and the thing is like, I had to get refreshed on this because like we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught, which is why I started the frame of the day. You might have heard of many of these things, but one of these things might be the thing that you need to hear right now. And so we got this, and we also see, you can see the bottom says the best part is that the people who are coming in for the workshops we run here for the advisory practice, they were like, man, the ad resonated so much. And we were attracting exactly who we wanted to attract. Higher quality avatars. And so, and like, I already have a pretty high converting process. So for me to get a double at the level that I'm at, just being transparent, is pretty significant. And so I'll guarantee you that you have these opportunities that are already existing within your existing sales process. Talk about the pain. What motivates purchasing? Deprivation. The bad part, getting out of the pain towards the good stuff. Okay, was that cool? Sweet. All right, now, tactically, you're like, okay, I don't have an AI tech team that can do this for me. The 1.0 version of doing this, just listen to calls. All right, listen to 20 or 30 calls, specifically the ones who buy. Don't listen to the ones who don't buy, just listen to the ones who buy. And then listen to the words they use about what pains get brought up on those calls, look for the consistencies, and then start weaving that into your messaging for the ads, for VSLs, video sales letters, for those that don't know, and the beginning of the scripting process, all right? Now, the 2.0 version of this, by the way, especially for those who have e-commerce companies, looking at reviews. So, and it doesn't have to be reviews of your product. I just ask, ChatGPT or whatever, and I say, hey, go do a deep analysis on all the reviews for these types of products and give me the primary pain-based motivations for purchasing behavior, right? And they'll give me a list. And I'd like you to weight those based on percentage likelihood as primary purchase motivator. And if you do that, then it'll give you this big list, and then you're like, great, so 47% of people buy because of this, 32% buy because of this, and guess what that becomes? That becomes the weight of how much time you spend on each of those points in a VSL or a sales script or a webinar that talk about, or a sales pitch, about whatever pains you're talking about. So if 47% of people buy because of this, then 47% of your pitch is about that pain. If only 10% of people buy because of that, then only 10%. It's a very quick little, oh yeah, and by the way. And then you'll get that 10% lift. The 2.0 version of this is you take all the sales calls, because hopefully this is probably for a little bit more advanced businesses. Take all the sales calls, transcribe them all, because most sales recording software already does this. Transcribe them all, put them in a clean Excel sheet, feed them in, and then let the AI analyze them and come up with those conclusions. All right, that's kind of the one, two, three, good, better, best version of actually doing this. And I would like you to create a document called "Why People Buy Our Thing," our HVAC services, our whatever. And you implement it across the entire sales process. All right, now, I briefly talked about this, the pyramid, but I want to explain where I learned this, okay? So Vista Private Equity, I think they're $100 billion asset under management. It's gigantic. One of the things that when I talked to their head of pricing and packaging, which was like dramatically changed my life, like this was a huge turning point in my business, which is why I tell this story. The reason that they have $100 billion under management, which is many, many billions, and it's a self-made guy. The guy who started that fund started from nothing. So it's because of how he thought about business, which is why I think this is so powerful. He buys companies and he understands the customers of those companies better than the entrepreneurs do. And so all they would do is look at the customers that stayed the longest and paid the most, and then they would score prospects based on how well they matched to the customers that spent the most and paid the longest. And then they would cut out all the channels that brought in these people, change the messaging to match what these people said, and then what happens? If you have, I'll show you what it looks like. I think this is it not used up? I got a couple more, let's see here. A lot of pages. Man, I've used the whiteboard a lot. Jeezy peasy, Japanesey. All right, holy cannoli. I'm gonna just, all right, that's it, whatever. There we go. So if you're 80-20, it looks like this. So you probably heard 20% of people create 80% of the outcomes, 80% of the outcome, people create 20% of the profit. So what their entire business model was is make this 20% representative of the entire business. But here's why this is so genius. How much infrastructure do you need to handle this many customers? The same amount that you need to handle this many customers. How much revenue does a top 20% customer typically drive? So how do you 5x a business in terms of top line and bottom line without increasing infrastructure nearly to the same degree? Imagine 5xing top line and keeping your infrastructure costs more or less the same. That was the genius behind his model. And this is what he's done over and over and over and over again to be able to create hundreds of billions of dollars of value. So this is the process that you can follow. Number one, survey customers. So what you're looking for is demographics, the business statistics if it's B2B, aspirations, and the buying process. People buy different ways. Different types of prospects buy in different manners, all right? Now, you survey your customers. Find the biggest spenders. You focus on the top 20%, ignore the rest. Literally just ignore them, toss them out, doesn't matter. Then find those commonalities. Identify the 3 to 5 qualifiers that they actually share. Who they are, what they want, why they buy, and specifically when and how they buy. That last part is important. Sometimes if you have these top 20% avatars, they might buy only during a specific season of the year or after a specific type of event. Those are all things that we would need to know. Now, the execution of this is that you then want to speak directly to this new avatar. This is why I paired messaging and avatar together. And I wanted to show you how powerful changing the messaging can be to a business. You can double your sales by simply messaging to the right avatar. And everyone's always afraid to do this because they're like, I don't want to turn people off. It's like, of course you want to turn people off. Of course you want to turn people off. The point is to turn people off. You just don't want to turn away the right people. And I promise you that all the money is here because everyone is afraid. Everything that's intuitive in business, you've already done. It's the counterintuitive stuff, which is where all the money is. Because what your natural inclination to do is, I don't want to turn anyone away. I don't want to say no to money. But it's by saying no to all these people that you end up making all this money. And the reason that it's hard is because it's counterintuitive and That doesn't make it less true, but it does make it rarer, which is why most people don't make money. And so stop selling people who don't qualify. And so once we do this, you find the commonalities, find the biggest spenders, look at the qualifiers, and then reverse engineer the buying journey of the best customers. All right, and so I'll quickly go over this because I've given this example before. But for us, our ideal avatar for gyms, they were conservative, married, male, 25 to 45, and they were in the United States. So what was the what of their business? They had a signed lease, they had at least one employee, they were doing over $10,000 a month in revenue, and they had 30 clients. That was the what. Why? For them, their aspirations was $1 million plus gym. The reality of it, the more we talked about it, was they just wanted to be able to have the gym make money without them having to be there 18 hours a day. And so the how and when, we figured this out, is that when we looked and we analyzed the sales calls, we figured out that 78% of gym owners who made a purchasing decision with us had consumed at least 2 long form pieces of content, long form being defined as over an hour, or a book, right? And so if they consumed at least 2, not 1, but 2 long form pieces, that's where all the buyers were coming from. And so then when I realized that, people were like, oh, so should I just try and find people who've already consumed 2 hours? Hell no. Try and get everybody to consume 2 hours, and now they become like the people who buy. Try and force or reverse engineer the thing that creates the buying behavior. Okay. And so this is the, yes, whale bait versus fish bait, exactly. So this is the actual difference. So competitors in our space had a 68K LTV, all right, kind of low. They accepted anyone with a pulse and a credit card. So they were priced right around here, right? They could kind of create value for some of these people, but then they had to create some stuff for these people because these people wanted them to hold their hands and do everything for them. And so they just had to like price here and just be a complete commodity, right? Our LTV was 9 times that. How? Because we had premium position, we knew exactly we could serve. And in an auction of attention, which is exactly what a paid ads marketplace is, we could crush them, right? And so we had the same sales volume as some of our competitors, but made 70 times the profit. It is not a typo, 70, a lot of times. And so this is a very big quality over quantity type statement. So would you rather pay $5,000 to acquire and this is where the math gets really interesting, okay? And this is where, again, this is a belief breaker for you guys. I'm gonna get into sales tactics, but this is sales strategy, all right? So for this customer that pays you $250, you might right now be used to paying whatever. Let's just say it's $100 for simple math. You might be used to paying $100 to get one of these customers. And for me to say, hey, you're gonna have to start paying $1,000 a customer, you might freak out because you're like, wait, well, I'm gonna not sell 9 out of 10 people. It's like, right. So what would have cost you the nine other $100 you're gonna throw out, but you're gonna keep one of those 10 and it's gonna cost you $1,000. But that one guy is willing to pay 20 times more than all those guys. And so if we had 10 times 25, 250 would be 2,500. And I don't know about you math-wise, but 2,500 compared to 25,000 is a lot less. You getting this? Like, I really want to emphasize this point because it's like, I'd say it's one of, if not the most common thing, especially for those of you who are like 500K to 3 million, which is a ton of you guys. 500K to 3 million, so many of you are in this bucket, and it's because it's hard to make the call. It's hard for you to make the decision to turn down this money. But you have to say, I'm gonna turn down 9 out of 10 people, I'm gonna 10x my cost of acquisition, but I'm gonna 25x how much they're worth to me. That's the game. And you're like, well, can I sell the same thing? You don't need to sell the same thing. You just sell the version of the thing that's most valuable for that person. And so what happens when you do this is that you'll have a short-term revenue dip and then very long-term retention and profitability explosion. So that is the messaging/avatar component of the sales implementation workshop. All right, I wanna make sure that you nail that because so many of you, it's like we could change nothing about the process and change only who you sell to. And if we just did that and we succeeded, I would be like, we won for the day. We crushed it. So Trudy, are you going to stop selling to these people, please? Yes, Trudy? Okay, good. At least Trudy's life has changed, and Reef. All right, I got 2 people. Now I got 998 left. All right. All right, now let's talk about VSLs. You're like, why are you talking about something so tactical so early? Because I want to talk about this in the order of commonality that I have to fix this in businesses. We're going to get into the ops, the blocking and tackling of sales. We're going to get into that. But I want to hit these ones because some of you guys are just missing these massive, obvious holes that could immediately have huge impacts on the business. All right. So first off, what is a VSL? A VSL is a video sales letter. Okay. So the purpose of a VSL is to standardize your pitch and let your salesman handle specifics. So what does that mean? So for many of you guys, you're like, man, no one can sell like me. It's the super specialized sale, blah, 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 blah. You're not that special. There's a certain number of things that you say on a repeated basis to a wide variety of customers that you just need to take all those things down. This just takes work. And you put it into a video that you make every single prospect watch. And you add visuals, and you add graphs, and you add analogies and demonstrations and stories and proof. And you add those pieces together. And then you have every prospect watch that. And now all of a sudden your team can close. Because you did all of that stuff that, instead of trying to teach them all this crazy stuff, just every prospect gets educated the same way. We force information down someone's throat so that they're here. And then our salesman just needs to make a 6-inch putt. So many of you guys are trying to get your salesperson to go cradle to grave. You're trying to get them to do the entire gamut in one fell swoop. One, harder to find salespeople. Two, you got to pay them a king's ransom in order to be able to do that. But the more you can machine the process, that increases the likelihood someone buys, the lower the skill is required in order to get someone to buy, and the faster the training to complete that skill, and the less you have to pay them, and the higher your conversion, and the more scalable your sales process. This knocks out like 10 different problems. Now, I don't know if I think it comes up in a second. VSLs are going to be integrated throughout your entire sales process, and I'll explain where they are visually in a moment. But this is what we do. So every single one of you, when you're selling, has some spiel or some pitch at some point. And it's terrible and exhausting to have to do that to every single prospect. And so what do? We take it, we give the best pitch of our lives, we put it in one video, and then you never have to say it again. Because otherwise, they're bored of hearing it, you're bored of saying it, no one wants to be there. So take the whole part out of the sale and just start with, so you watch the video, great, I think it can help you out, let's rock and roll, right? You start basically at the close, and then you have the whole conversation to get the sale rather than educate. Okay, for many of you, this will be the single highest conversion boost you can have. Single highest. Like one-time work, forever increase. Worth it. Now, I already gave you the sales continuum. That's what we're moving through. Okay, now, this is the thing I want to talk about. So where do you put the VSL? And if you're like, how do I make a VSL? We'll get there. Where do I put it? So we're going to put the VSL, I call this the VSL sandwich, all right? It's a very, very complex topic. Not really, it's very straightforward. Whenever you have a conversation, so let's say that I have a conversation with someone, this can be on the phone, it can be on Zoom, it can be in person, it does not matter. Whenever you talk to somebody, before you talk to them, they watch a video. Now, what happens if you talk to someone a second time? You have a second VSL. Now, what if you talk to someone 3 times? You add a third VSL. Now, if you're talking to someone 3 times right now and you have no VSLs, you could probably drop the conversations from 3 to 2 or even 3 to 1. So for many of you guys, this is the symptom. I'm trying to help you identify it. If you're somebody who has multiple conversations to get a close, you probably need a VSL or multiple or a longer VSL. And so in a sales process, it would be normal to have someone watch a video and then schedule, right? Watch a video, then they schedule. And then after they schedule, there's another video, and then you have the conversation. So just like that, we force-fed 2 different VSLs before they even have the conversation with us. Now, these 2 VSLs might replace call 1 and call 2. This is how you compress a sales cycle, compress a sales process, move someone from high information to low information buyer, and 6-inch putt them in. And so I will say this again. If you have one that's virtual and one that's in person, yes, you have 2 VSLs. And that means that you might have to text one of them, the other one's on the thank you page. That's how this works. And I'm going to give you like what you need to put in the VSL in a second, but I want to make sure that like you understand where you're going to put it in your sales flow. And if you're like, does this work for my business? Yes. I've yet to find any business that doesn't benefit from a customer getting more education about the product that they're going to buy. Period. Doesn't matter what you sell. And so every conversation should be pre-framed with a VSL. If you want to write her downer, you can get away with whatever you want in life as long as you pre-frame her right. So this is just, I just drew this out. VSL schedule, VSL convo, VSL close, right? Man, it's almost like I've made this presentation. Okay. So let me give you a little nugget on this. If you have VSLs right now in your sales process and you're not getting, and I'll cover the length of the videos in a second, Mindy, good question. If you're like, how do I know, how can I make sure that they actually watch it? So a couple quick tactics on this. Number one is you can put a nugget inside of inside of the video that says, hey, DM me the size shirt that you want. DM me where you prefer to get coffee. DM me what color something you want. It doesn't really matter. Like if you're brick and mortar, you can do a little in-person gift. If you're B2B, you can do some sort of personalization around some value that you're going to add to them. But you can put it inside the VSL so that when they watch the VSL, they will text you that thing so you can know that they actually watched it, right? That's thing one. The second thing is that you start off every call with, hey, did you watch the VSL? We don't say VSL. Hey, did you watch the video, right? If for some reason they say they didn't watch it, you say no worries, and this is why I prefer to have like less than 10-minute VSLs. I would say, hey, no worries, I'm gonna go grab a coffee, I'll pop this on for you, watch it, and then I'll be right back. And so that way you don't have to have a sales script for non-VSL and a sales script for the VSL. And if you have somebody who's doing setting and closing, you can say, hey, would you rather watch this video on your own or watch it with us? Everyone's like, oh my God, I'd rather watch it on my own. And you're like, right, great. And so for whatever reason they don't end up watching it, it's not weird for you to like watch it with them. Does that make sense? Okay, good. I already covered this. Fantastic. Okay. So yeah, what's the square footage of your facility? What size shirt are you using? Color, blah, 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 blah. And whatever kind of gift you want to give, just put that as an embedded CTA inside and you should be good to go. Okay, hooks are 80% of the battle. Okay, so VSLs. So we're getting into the tactics of like how to actually make these VSLs. So this is especially important if you're running ads. And my team's telling me, okay, I'm gonna give you guys a quick 5-minute break before I get into this because this is gonna be really heavy. So quick 5-minute break and then we'll be right back, okay? that was my awesome open hook for everybody. All right, that's the open hook. 5-minute, get some water, use the bathroom, and then we'll be back. All right. I got feedback last time that I went a little too long, so I'm trying to break it up for you guys. 5 minutes, we'll be right back. All right. Everyone have a good water break? Everyone good? Okay, fantastico. Das ist fantastisch. For my Germans. So, by a break completed. Tyler, I feel like for some reason I'm always seeing yours on there. Okay, so that was my book, my open hook for you guys, which was a very meta concept for the hook being important for the VSL. So I'll tell you a quick story about this. We had a webinar that was running 200,000 a day in ad spend, so that's a lot, in ad spend. That's 6 million plus a month. And we got a 20%, so it was already obviously a very profitable webinar. And we were able to get a 20% lift in sales by simply rescripting the first 3 minutes of a 3.5 hour webinar. 20% lift just from the first 3 minutes being rescripted. A big deal. And so when you make your VSLs, pay special attention, just like if you're making content to the first minute or two, because that's where you're going to have a huge amount of drop off or increase in take rate overall. All right, so this is a very simple VSL format, and I would encourage you to not overcomplicate this, because there are many people who want to sell VSLs as solutions and things like that. You can do this with, you do not need to overcomplicate this. There is not a magic box for this. It's very straightforward. And if you go from not VSL to VSL, you will accrue 80 or 90% of the benefits versus good VSL, great VSL. So I just want to put that up front. Now, a lot of this is just doing the fundamentals. That's all it is. All right, so the hook is get to the point immediately. So tell them what's going to happen. So we do the 5 Ps, which is promise, pain, proof, plan, picture. So, and it doesn't have to be in that order. It's just that we notice that those 5 things have to be up front. Typically, plan and picture are going to come after proof, promise, pain. So pain or promise can start, doesn't really matter. Then you have proof of whatever you just claimed. Then you have your plan of how it's going to work. And then I like to have some sort of visual that kind of gives a visual roadmap of what someone's about to go through. So it might be like, hey, if you're tired of waking up multiple times a night because you have to pee, or you're getting interrupted throughout the day because you can't get comfortable, or sometimes you have back pain, if any of those things have been bothering you, I can show you in the next 6 minutes why it's probably not something you're eating, but actually it's something that you're drinking, and 90% of Americans are unaware of it, and actually happens in existing households. And so in the next couple minutes, and here's John had his back pain removed, and this was after he did X that you've probably done, and Y that you've probably done, and Z that you've probably done. And this is Sarah, a different avatar that's also representative of the type of people that purchase. And she did V, G, and H, and she was able to relieve her issue. And this is Thomas, and he was able to have the same issue as well. And so in the next few minutes, like I said, we're going to cover the 4 things that you need to do immediately, and then at the end, if it sounds interesting, we can help you install this into your house. That's it, right? That's how we'd start this thing. All right. Now, once we have that, we then go into the offer. So we have our big things, and then the offer meat is typically like who, what, where, when, why, how. So these are the types of people it affects. This is how it affects them. This is where. This is why it's happening, and this is how we're going to help, right? And then FAQs. Now, the FAQs part of this, you can put it before or after the offer, depending on what I consider simple the offer is. If you're doing chiropractic adjustments, you can just put FAQs afterwards. If you have a very complex box of intangible goods, right? A day with Alex is a big box of intangible goods, right? Versus like, we're gonna take this machine and install it on the side of your house. Very tangible, right? The more explaining that it takes, typically the later I'll put the FAQs. All right, the later I'll put the offer, excuse me. Now, the FAQs themselves, it's just, there's a 4-step process that's literally right there. What do people say that gets them to not buy? What are the objections? Tell them why that's wrong, tell them what is right, and then give them proof. That's the 4-step process, and you do it over and over and over again until you've exhausted every single reason that people don't buy. So it's like some people hear that, and then they think, well, my house is in a weird neighborhood. Well, sometimes the people hear about this non-peeing contraption, they think, well, won't it wake up my wife? They hear about this non-peeing contraption, they think, oh, won't it look weird at work for me to wear this thing around, right? You just have to think about every single thing that someone's gonna say, you prove all of them wrong, give them proof, and then they're like, okay, I think I should buy this thing. That's how it works, all right? And then you make your CTA. And after that, this is something that I've added later on, I then just go pure testimonials. I just tack it on the end. And I say, hey, that's the end of the video, but if you want to just watch a whole bunch of stories, you're welcome to. Now, some of you guys who bought this, watched a video that looks Just like that. So if you want to prove that it works, all of you guys being here is relatively proof that it works. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Just talk about proof, promise, pain, big picture. Here's the offer. This is what it is. Here's the things that people are concerned about. Here's the CTA, and here's a bunch of happy people. That's it. All right. So the TLDR, and if you're like, I still suck at all of these things, you could literally just make a promise and then do 7 minutes of proof and overcoming objections and do probably better than 90% of most people. Like, you do not need to overcomplicate this. Like, if I just showed you, here's John, who went from skinny to jacked, and here's Sarah, who went from skinny to toned, and here's Jessica, went from skinny to toned. I just said that, but like it would start with, hey, are you not skinny to toned? And would you like to be? And if you tried like 8 other things, well, I've got a magic pill that could help you. Let me show you. These people it helped. Click, 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 click. Now, a lot of people might not believe this because of these 5 reasons. So let me tell you why those 5 reasons are wrong. If that sounds good, book a call. Go buy the thing. It's really straightforward. Okay. Now, we're going to get super tactical. Good news is everyone here is about, feel like it may look easy. It's like, I've made a lot of VSLs in my life. All right. But here's the good news. You guys can get 90% of that benefit already because you're like, wow, he did that so naturally. I have trained the AI to help you with this. Okay. So big picture. I literally just, because I didn't want to wait for it to like do the 2 minutes of thinking or whatever, so I just screenshotted my actual question. So I said, hey, can you help me script a VSL? And then naturally, it doesn't know anything about your products. You're like, great, which product are we selling? Blah, 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 blah. And you say, okay, let me answer it. So I said, I answered the questions that it had inside. Boom. And then, great, here's your 5 to 7 minute VSL script. If you're a bootstrap founder and revenue drops the moment you step away, this is for you. You don't have a marketing problem, you have a key man risk issue. In the next few minutes, I'll show you how I can remove it and make growth predictable. This works in the real world. So, we widened 3.5x their profits in 24 months by redesigning the sales motion and driving lifetime gross profit. Well-oiled operations doubled sales and conversion and scaled from 5 million to 20 million. And we executed a $106 million weekend using the same tactics we teach, same fundamentals, different companies, very repeatable. So what most founders believe is that I just need to get more leads. This sounds like what they think is right. Why it's wrong, what is right, proof, right? If the system's built around you, more leads just create more chaos. What's right is to install a company operating system, scorecards, cadence, clean handoffs, so execution happens without you. Proof that you just saw. You noticing this? So here's the plan. Here's how it works. So we'll map a lead to cash and delivery referral system to pinpoint your constraint. We'll install a weekly operating cadence, roll scorecards, simple sales motion that lists conversions and profit per customer, and then we'll help you delegate it. So we can define the owner versus operator lanes within your business and give you the operator playbook so it can actually run without you so you can finally take a weekend you want. Simple scales, fancy fails. So we'll do the unsexy work that will actually compound the business. All right, and so like I told you earlier, we widened. So what we did is we blah, 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 right? So I'm just going through the VSL. I'm just reading this verbatim, guys. This is a first draft, all right? So if you're like, man, how do I make a VSL? We've already given it to you. Just answer the questions it tells you and it'll give you a V1. I'm not saying it's gonna be the best one ever. It's gonna be pretty good. And then you can just tweak a little bit on your own. All right, and this is just the rest of it. It also gives you directions on how to actually record it. Pretty sweet, right? So this is my point here. Some of you guys have multiple VSLs. You're like, wait, so what would I have if I had multiple VSLs? What would I put in each of the other VSLs? I shit you not, you just say the same thing again. Just do a different video. Different examples, and you just say the same thing a new way. I know that sounds insane, but all you're doing is you're just selling them more. That's it. That's it. That's all we're doing. Now, you can obviously frame it a little bit differently in that this one is going to probably sell a little bit more of the benefits of the call. This one is going to sell more of the benefits of the program, right? So this is selling the benefit of scheduling, selling the benefits of showing, but still the strongest is about selling benefits of whatever it is that you're selling overall, right? And yes, Mindy, people wildly overcomplicate this. I'm telling I think it's because I think people hide behind complexity so they can justify procrastination. There. People hide behind complexity so they can justify procrastination. If it really is that simple, then the only thing that you're not doing is doing it. And that is much harder to confront, so you assume you don't know how to do it, so you don't have to do anything at all. but you just state the facts, tell the truth, give them proof, do it over and over again and say, want that, go grab it. That's it. You thought this was this, here's why it's wrong, here's proof. You thought it was this, here's why that's wrong, here's proof. Okay, which brings us naturally to proof. So if this looks familiar, hopefully this does, then good, you've read some of the stuff about it. All right, so I think there's 13 different elements of proof that I at least identified for me that make proof more or less compelling. And so the ideal case, and I'm telling you guys, like, proof is how you sell. Like, if you don't know how to sell, proof is the quick and dirty, like, you can just sell. It's so powerful, it's regulated. That's why proof is so powerful. All right, but I'll just leave it at that. Be compliant, follow the laws. But fundamentally, if you just did a proof stack that's an hour long, people will buy your thing. But not all proof is made equal. And so I'm going to talk thing one about how to make your proof more compelling. And then thing two, how to operationalize proof collections. This is super tactical. Obviously, I told you guys at the beginning. My goal here, we're going to get into the blocking and tackling of sales, but all the front half of this is how to make sales easy rather than how to get better at selling something hard. It's good to have both, but if I had to pick, I'd rather just build a business that makes selling easy. Hopefully you agree, all right? Now, if you have the opportunity to provide proof in person versus virtual, in-person proof for sure, hands down, will outperform virtual, no question. So for those of you who have in-person selling environments, it is the perfect environment to bring someone in once a week who's your testimonial story and tells their story, right? Like, that's the most compelling thing you can have. If you're selling door to door, what do? You say, oh, I actually do the lawn for the Johnsons and the Pattersons over there, and they love it. If you want, I can connect you with them for referral, right? Like, even you just saying that, they're like, oh, okay, you're a normal person. That's some in-person real proof. Great, and that's like weak. That's just, at least I know them, right? The next is live versus recorded, right? Like, virtual recorded versus live in person, no question, live in person. But live versus recorded, live will do better. Right? Raw versus processed. This is why sometimes that iPhone video, the girl crying, is going to outconvert a super polished, highlighted, backlit, story-based, whatever. Right? Now, what you have to make up for in process is you just get the messaging perfect. Like, that's what you meant. But if you nail the messaging and it's raw and unprocessed, it'll always beat a processed one. Show versus tell. This is where, as many ways as possible, you show with your language, but also show visually. The proof, like a before and after picture, will say more than someone saying that their life changed. It will. If you have both, even better. Other people saying your stuff is great is way better than you saying your stuff is great. Identical to them versus opposite of them. So this comes down to the diversity of the avatars that you choose. I think this is a wildly undervalued conversion mechanism. You'll notice if you guys go back through any of my VSLs or anything like that, you'll notice that I have a huge diversity of people in them. So I'll show young white girl, I'll show old black guy, I'll show middle-aged Asian lady, I'll show middle-aged white guy, I'll show home services, I'll show e-commerce, I'll show SaaS, I try and show as many different avatars in terms of the people, but also the problems or solutions they represent. So you want to think about it as like two separate graphs. Like, do they look like this person? And also, do they suffer from the same problems as this person? Right? Because they might look like the white girl, but suffer from the problems of the old black guy. Right? And so we want to try and mix and match so that the idea is that they're like, man, this is just like me. This is perfect for me. The next is obviously personal versus generic. This is about specificity. This is more around the messaging. But if I said, do you want to improve your life? That is relatively generic. If I said, wouldn't it be cool if when you walked in the room, your kids ran towards you every time to give you a hug? Both of those improve someone's life. One of them is much more personalized or more specific. Right? So you want to be as specific as possible with the language in your proof or your VSLs so that you get a higher emotive response. Obviously, big results are better than small results, better than bad results. So I like to actually show diversity of results personally because sometimes I found that just like diversity of avatars, showing that someone can lose 15 pounds and 100 pounds, both work. Sometimes if someone only wants to lose 15 and they only see 100, they don't believe the 100 that they could happen for them. And so they just don't buy it all. So I like to show diversity of results. It's also more compliant anyways. Obviously, if I said, here's my testimonial, it's 10 years old. You're like, have you no other testimonials in the last 10 years? Like recency? And then obviously having a ton of proof over only once is about quantity. So if you have all these things put together, you're going to have more compelling proof. So think about this as the natural extreme. If you have an in-person, live testimonial where you saw someone before your eyes experience this result, you saw them do it, so it's them saying it, and that person is the identical twin of the prospect who's looking at this, and they see this massive big result. It happened just now, and then two other identical twins, because this person's actually a triplet, and identical twin 1 and then identical twin 2 have the exact experience. How likely is it that that person buys? 100%. Right? And so that is the perfect proof scenario, and everything we do is chasing that, right? Okay. And then obviously if you have third-party verification, the reason that I had the Guinness record judges there was because I wanted to have somebody validate that the sales and the revenue that we had was legit. And if you can have numbers versus no numbers, numbers are always going to do better, all right? I'm going to skip metaphors because it's a whole other can of worms. But fundamentally, these are all the things that you can do to create more proof. All right. And then obviously a good track record. Okay. Now let's talk about operationalizing these things. So there are 7 places that I think about implementing proof collection in a business. Now, this has a variety of benefits. One of them is that this can help you with your advertising, obviously. But you can also implement these into your sales process in 2 specific places. Place number 1 is into your VSLs, or I guess 3 because you got your ads, you got your VSLs. But the second main big place that I like it is that you should have a greatest hits for your sales guys or sales gals. All right, so I like to have proof and a tagging system around that proof. So if you're talking to middle-aged white lady, you have a list of middle-aged white lady testimonials, and that's what you send them. If you've got older black guy, then you've got a list of older black guy testimonials. Send those, right? And you can, again, tag them based on demo and based on problem solved or solution, right? That way you can have the most appropriate, most resonant proof that you can send to somebody. Super powerful. Like, if you've ever had, you already know this. If you've ever been like, oh, I helped this chiropractor over here, and then another chiropractor comes on the phone, you're like, oh, well, here's the chiropractor store. And they're like, oh, great, this will work for me. Done, just like me. All right, so here are the 7. So number 1, do I go these in more detail? Yeah, I do. Okay, so let's rock and roll. Life cycle, social media, events, communication, bonuses, competition, delivery. I'm going to cover all of them. Okay, you're like, wow, Alex did say that we're going to go in depth in here, and I meant it. So right now, many of you can shorten your sales cycles by having more VSLs. And a big part of the VSL is going to be the proof that you install at every part. So we have to have proof whenever we break a belief. And we also want to have proof at the front. We also have proof at the back. Proof is a big part of the VSL, right? Or selling in general. And so you want to have collection mechanisms in place so that proof is just continually being harvested for your business. Okay, so thing 1. Many of you already record, or hopefully record, every customer touch point, meaning you record your sales calls. Hopefully you record your onboarding calls. You can record your support calls. If someone says they got some great, amazing result, you record the great, amazing result. Now, here's where this is beautiful. What you can do is you can actually show the journey rather than having them tell it. So for example, if I had all 4 of those calls, sales call 1, onboarding call, check-in call, results call at the end of the transformation, I could say, I can literally clip the moment where they're like, here's my point of greatest pain on the sales call. I haven't taken a weekend off in 4 months. And then I do the onboarding call and someone's like, yeah, I really need this right now. I've been struggling a lot. I can't wait to get started. And then the check-in call is like, I'm 30 days in and I just took my first weekend. It's amazing. And then I've got my ultimate, testimonial transformation at the end that says, I actually took a vacation for 2 weeks and my phone didn't ring and we made more money than ever made before. My God, I can't believe it. It's been 4 months, but like my life's changed forever. Thank you guys so much, right? And so instead of having someone get up and say, 4 months ago, I couldn't do this, and now I can, and it's great and awesome, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not as compelling as showing them at the depth of their despair all the way to being amazing. And the reason these are so powerful is that you already do this stuff. You already record sales calls. You already record support calls. You already record check-in calls. So just Wait till people have transformations, search their name in your database, and then pull up all the calls they had before that, find the moments, clip it together, banger proof. Fantastic. Okay. The next thing you'll need to do in order to do this, just to set up the legal and IT infrastructure. So that sounds fancy, but basically just make sure that people sign that when they're on a call, it's recorded and that you can use it for marketing and training purposes, whatever. And then also to the same degree with IT infrastructure, just making sure that everything's being recorded automatically. And yeah, the last step is you get your result people, and then you just look it up in the system, pull the stuff, and you got your ads. All right. Next one, social media scrape. All right, here's how these work. So every week, I would set up a recurring task. You can probably have AI do this at this point, where it will go and screenshot anyone who has specific sayings or hashtags or keywords, which works super well. And if you want, like social media wise, if they tag you, if this is something that you ask for people to do, if they put hashtags is kind of old, but like if they tag your page, then you can just look at all the tag content that you have, because like there's so much, like I'm sure any of you guys have, like it's just how social media works nowadays. Like every day I get tagged in, this book saved my life, this thing changed my business, whatever. Like just go search through your tags, and this stuff's happening every week. So if you want, every week have you or a VA look through all of them and then just grab the ones that are already proof. That's it. And then if you want to make a further follow-up, then just go follow up with that person. Really simple. Thank you, Danielle. Or Daniel. Sorry, not Danielle. My bad. That's on me. Um, Screenshot winning messages when they happen. So you want to train support reps to search key terms like dollars, profit, close, paid in full. So that's a B2B. It could be pounds, sizes, dress. It could be like energy savings, electric bill, like whatever, right? Any kind of communication that highlights some sort of benefit, you want to have those key terms highlighted and you search it every week. All right, that's the goal. Now, another thing that you can do is you can mandate wins of the week posts in communities. Right now, we have a super active community for ACQ Scale Advisory. But if you have a smaller community, then having wins of the week can also generate some engagement. And doing this on Friday gives you these great gems, these great wins that you can just pop these screenshots of yet another win. And again, these are very easy to just do as recurring weekly things, right? Every week you can look at the things you got tagged in. Every week you can search all of the chats that you had on Slack or inside of your group and look for people who said any of these keywords. You can have wins of the week a post where people post all the wins that are underneath. These are processes. You just install them once and you just keep them running. That's it. And hopefully you're feeling this. Like you just start to get all this proof that starts getting pushed to you. So for many of you, you're like, man, I don't know where I'm going to get this. It's like you already have so much proof. You're just not collecting it. You can just screen record the comment threads. This works really well for the one above it. And then if you have, this is a little bit more for physical products, but if you're brick and mortar, this also is true, scraping external review sites. So this is where you take screenshots or API in onto your site, the 5-star reviews that you have from Yelp, from Google, from Facebook, and whatever other platforms that you're listed on for whatever your business is. It doesn't even have to be brick and mortar. As long as you're listed, you're gonna have reviews there. And so you pipe all those in, you put them on. This is where TrustAdvisor and things like that, like it helps conversions. So use it. All right. Now, next one. Events. And you're like, man, all of this for VSLs? Yes, because proof is really important. You've probably seen videos of me with people behind me. It has embedded social proof at scale. So this is where you can snap selfies or do short clips on stage with people celebrating. If you want to have the 201 version of this, you can have everybody there have markers and paper and write down the outcomes that you help them achieve. You can also, if you want to have the 301 version, you can have everyone, if you had like a weight loss thing, they bring in all their old clothes that they used to fit into, that they don't fit into anymore. Like, you just want to have lots of proof, live, hard to fake, raw and unprocessed. So if you have events in your business, which every business can have events for customer appreciation or part of the delivery that you do, I would say that they are some of, if not the most, valuable proof collecting moments. So I would say like you will ROI your event from the proof you collect there, even more from anything you sell. Like at gym launch, we didn't sell anything from our events. They were purely delivery. And so like this, right? And so we would use the in-person events only to collect data, and it would cost us probably $1 million a year in events or more. But we just saw that as like, this is just marketing. And every event we did, because we probably won a quarter, I would collect enough proof from there that it would fund all my marketing for the next quarter. I didn't even have to get into ads. Very easy. Oops, wrong way. While you're there, professional testimonials obviously work really well. I'm not going to read this one, but you know what a professional testimonial looks like. Man in the street, this is during the breaks, rapid fire questions. How's this been? What has it changed about your life? Like very quick testimonials. This is a little bit of pro tip, but reserve 2 rooms at minimum if you do it in a venue, because you'll want basically 2 different rooms going for testimonials at any given time. And you want to have a second or third camera crew, one that does the professional testimonials, one that records the event, and then one that's man in the street collecting people's kind of like mini testimonials. Just tactics from having done this a lot of times. And then whenever you have testimonials, like I always try and drive incentives around my team capturing them. If you want to incentivize your customers, you have to disclose that. But I like to incentivize the team to make sure that this happens consistently. Otherwise, they will forget to scrape them. They will forget to screenshot them. They will forget to add them or upload them to the folder and tag them correctly. This is just easy ways for them to make money. And I would happily pay $10, $5, $50 for an amazing testimonial. So here's another one. You're like, how much more proof can you have? Great question. You can't have too much. I'll say that. The more proof you have, the more likely they will buy. So creating an exclusive bonus type of anything to get people to unlock it, whether that's a level of service, a one-time project, like this works great in home services. Like here you got your deck. If you leave us a review, we'll install these steps here, or this little extra awning, some tiny little thing, or put an extra level of lacquer on it, something. It doesn't really matter. Like we'll give you an extended guarantee of an extra 6 months. Like anything, we'll move you forward in the queue. Like you can always think of things. Think about risk, think about speed, think about ease. All of these things are things that you can do to incentivize anyone to do anything. And so I want to give people some sort of good reason to do it, to leave me a nice story, right, or testimonial. The next way of doing this is that if you have any kind of aspirational goals, so this is like anybody who loses over 20 pounds, anyone who gets over $100,000 a month, anybody who saves over $10,000 a year in electricity, anyone who insert outcome of the thing that you sell, anyone who does that that's aspirational, you can get them some award. They get the award in the mail. And when they get that, they have to get multiple levels of proof in order to qualify for the award that's ideally aspirational and status deriving. So what that means is, and I'm getting pretty tactical. I'll say if I'm feeling the like he's really getting tactical now, I'll move through. Actually, why don't you tell me, guys, if this is too tactical, I can chunk up a level. Can you guys, my team, can you scroll up the thing? You go with tactics? Okay. Okay. Well, then I'll not tactical. All right, Marcus, we're just going to get really tactical. Okay. All right, great. So we're getting into it. So when you're making the awards that you tie to identity, I like to have some aspirational title associated with it. So the reason that we had gym lords as an identity that was associated with it was because everyone would be a gym lord, because a gym lord meant that you'd achieve this big aspirational thing, so you got this aspirational title, right? And so we would do award ceremonies. We would also do those at these events. But here's the big but: in order to qualify to get the award, which for us was a sword, which in the fitness world, swords is kind of common because that's what they give for bodybuilding shows. And so it made sense for my community to do that. But with the big physical trophy, if you want to qualify for it, you have to do multiple things, right? So number one, it's like you have to make a post on all 3 platforms saying your amazing experience. Number 2, we're going to mail it to you, and you have to do an unboxing where you show unboxing the award and what it means. And then number 3, you're going to come in person at our next event, and you're going to graduate and get on stage, and you're going to do a professional testimonial for us, and we're going to group picture. So I'm getting 4 different types of proof, not including that one of the types of proof is on 3 different platforms, just from one award, right? So this is how you can think about, like, how do I multi-dip every time I'm doing this? Because if you're actually following along with this and you actually do this, this is how I was able to get out of gym launches marketing entirely. Because I set up all these flows so that we just had more proof than we knew what to do with. And so this is what creates the constant creative. It creates constant new and recent proof so that when your sales team's like, oh yeah, this is one from last week. This was one from 2 days ago, right? It makes it so much more, like think about you being on the phone and a salesperson saying, oh, you're a dentist? Oh, that's amazing. Let me show you one from yesterday from a dentist that we just worked with a couple weeks ago. Versus, oh, here's just a dentist you look at, it's from 2 years ago, right? It's just like, it doesn't hit the same. So this is why you need this to have always be in flow to keep the proof rolling. Yes, Kevin Gong, this is Marketing Machine Playbook, 100%. Okay, and this is how, yeah, I already covered the 4 different ways of getting it. The way that they can qualify for this award is they have to email it to you. So again, I pushed all of these things to one email inbox that had all the proof already in it. So it made it searchable on Google for me to find anything that I was looking for, and we gave them a naming convention. So name it this way. This is how you do the subject head. This is where you send it. Once you do that, we'll confirm it, and then we'll ship out your award and all that kind of stuff. All right. I find that it works well to send an engraved award because they get really excited about it and they like hang it behind them forever. So worth doing. Attach bonus unlocks to customer actions you want. Okay, so this is kind of like the testimonial thing that I was saying earlier. If I think I already covered it enough. I won't hit that one harder. Okay. Now the next is competition ads. So for those of you who are like, man, I want to do this VSL thing, but I have zero proof. They're like, how do I get a shitload of proof really fast, right? How do I do that? This is the answer to that question, all right? So competition ads work like this. You want to give them a perfect ad. And I run these competitions 1 or 2 times a year if I have a brick and mortar business. And so what you want them to do is you want the customers to compete for the best video. And the winner will be determined by which one converts the best as an actual ad. So this is how you know that they're actually going to try and make it good. All right, so it's raw iPhone testimonial. You do 1 or 2 a year for some big grand prize. So it's like a giveaway where in order to enter, they send you a testimonial. And if you send this to 100 customers, then you might, or like to your entire customer list, you might get 50 testimonial videos in like a week. And so for those who are like, man, I really need to jumpstart this proof process, here's how, all right? So make the prize absurdly valuable. So think like 6 months of free service, a year of product, something that really gets people to like want to win. All right. Give the exact template. So if you don't have one, basically you do an example. If you do have one, then give them the actual example. I like to have a 6-point script, which is just like, hey, what was life like before for you emotionally? What was it like from the outside, externally, what people could observe, stats and facts? Then why were you skeptical? Why'd you do it anyways? What is life now like externally, and what is it like now internally? Those are the 6 points, right? I just explain that. I give them an example. I send it to them. I say, you can copy this. And then that way you get all these different versions, and they all want to make it more compelling and ultimately win. And so if you have like 1,000 customers, I would highly encourage you to pick, like manually send invites to the top 50 and say, hey, please, you should totally participate in this thing. It'll work way better than just like blasting the group. But if you have, a bazillion people, maybe you have to blast it. But I would still personally reach out to the top 50 or so customers because it really works. So yeah, do it. Or don't. I mean, that's fine too. And just get fewer testimonials that suck. Okay. Format all submissions for VSL. So once you have all that stuff, we run every single one of them as ads, which some of you guys who are more familiar with Meta ads, they just launched Andromeda, I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago. But basically, I'll give you the short skinny on this. Andromeda is prioritizing entirely new creative. So basically, fewer tiny tweaks and variations and more net new creative. And if we think about why that is, it's because they want their user experience to have more brain rot, more net new stuff over and over, all novelty, novelty, novelty. And so they don't want you to have 100 ads that look the same. They want you to have 100 different looking ads in creative. And so running competition ads like this, or competition proof, so you can stack your VSL with it, or screenshots on a sales page, all of these things will ultimately drive more sales overall. Okay, chat and messaging screenshot ads and or proof works the same way. I'm not even gonna hit this one because it works the exact same way as the other one. You're just doing chat and messaging as another one of the buckets that you're searching through every single week. So it's like, I've got review sites that I'm scraping, I've got my support threads that I'm scraping, I've got posts inside of my group that I'm scraping, I've got chat and messages that I'm scraping. I've got all the tags on social media that I'm getting automatically. I'm running competition ads, sorry, competition, testimonial competition. All of these things become flows of proof that come towards me that I can then stack and layer into my sales scripts, into my assets that my sales team can send out for specific people, or into my VSLs. Woo! And yes, Whitney, they need to sign a waiver for their use of likeness in an ad or a VSL. Which again, when I said set up the IT and legal infrastructure, you can have that on the front end for whenever someone buys your program. One of the clauses just says we can use your likeness or whatever for any materials that you put inside of our group or whatever. Was that as good for you as it was for me? Okay, fantastic. All right, now, all of this has gotten us to this point, which is now we're actually getting a lead into the call. So we're working our way through, and now it's like we've identified we don't have a shitty offer, we have a good offer. We're talking to the right customer, and we're putting messaging the right way. And then we're maximizing the likelihood that they want to buy because we're preloading our conversation, we're maximizing our odds by having a VSL that has a ton of proof of people like them who've gotten to where they want to go and suffer from the same pains. All right, that's where we're at right now. Now we have to begin to prepare for the call or the conversation, all right? So this is directly from our sales handbook. This is what call notes look like. So when we go into a call, we like to, if you have a setter, this is what they would fill out to qualify a lead to get an MQL or an SQL rather. Call notes look like this. So it's like, just you want all the relevant information in order to make a purchasing decision. And we do this because we want to sound like we actually know something about their business, right? And to the same degree, you'd want to have the same experience for a consumer. Now, I mentioned this earlier, but I'll hit on it one more time before I move on. In your prep, the reason that having this big stack of proof is important is because you create your greatest hits of content and testimonials. So some of you guys have content that just always converts people. You also have testimonials that always convert people. So have a list of all that stuff and give those as bullets for your team to send out to prospects prior to them talking to you, right? And so we want to match content. So like if you know that somebody is struggling with a specific type of objection, then you've probably made content to solve that objection, and you probably have a testimonial of someone who had that objection and then bought and then had a great experience. So we'd send both of those, right? This is how you can curate kind of a sales experience that maximizes the likelihood they buy, all right? Like, so for our team will prep our notes the night before or morning of, so it's up to you guys. But this is kind of what I see as the boring work that a sales culture of, will either praise and reinforce or becomes yet another thing that your sales team ignores and doesn't do. But I can promise you, if everyone on your sales team knows who they're talking to, has selected out content and proof of people just like that person, and they do that across every sale, they will sell more people. And so that, and I don't want to talk about it super long because it's a very obvious thing that nobody does. It's not a magic thing that nobody knows. All right, it's really straightforward. Night before, morning of, look up all the calls, do prep, figure out what you think their objections are going to be, find one piece of content, one piece of proof that matches the avatar. That's it. Very straightforward. Also, no one will do it, which is why most people don't make money. Okay. Gee, if they were prepping the night before, but you said we should be faster to talk to late. Yes, which is correct. Bro, they're all correct. Or gee, you could be a girl. I don't know. That could be, it could, bra. I don't know if that's the female bro, bra. Yes, the setter calls them right away. So you might set somebody immediately. You contact the lead, book the appointment, and then the appointment, they would prep her for the appointment. Hopefully that clarifies that. Okay. So now we have bra, Abby, yeah, not feeling it. We'll just rock and roll. Takes foot out of mouth. Christina, is bra not a thing? Oh, I guess there's bras like bras. Yeah, I guess that doesn't hit the same. Or maybe it hits too hard. I guess we'll never know. Would I address price in VSL? Vince, good question. I do. I would say that in general, I've continued to add more and more friction to my sales processes and end up making more money. Yeah, I mean, all of this is a sweet spot on friction overall. Like if no one's booking, like, is it the fact that you say the price? The thing is like we end up making more money in almost every scenario where we just say the price because we're so much more sales efficient because we don't have all these calls with people that like would in no way buy. Because some people like if I've, like whatever your number is, if they're like, no way, then how much is a sales call convince them? I just tend to be more efficient with my sales team and rather than just like crank. But if like no one's booking, then maybe remove it. So there's no right answer there. I would say that me historically, I would say the majority of the time I put the price in. I would say earlier on in my career I didn't, and I had to use more salesmanship. So it might be a maturity thing. But that's my honest answer. Is that today I must always have the price. And I say it also depends a little bit on how expensive it is and how customized it is. So if it's super custom, super expensive, I might say here's a range. And what works really well is like you got to be willing to put $10,000. Let's say it's a $100,000 thing. It's like it's a six-figure investment, and you got to be willing to put $10,000 down on the next call, which will put you ahead of time. If you're not willing to do that, then just don't book the call. So you can talk about what they would have to put down as a kind of an intermediary between telling the absolute price versus saying nothing. You can just say, this is what you have to put down on the next call. That's a good way of kind of like bridging it, which I have done. Thoughts on VSL after webinar opt-in before the actual webinar itself? Yeah, totally. If you sell them more people will buy. I would have them watch a webinar from the time they opted in all the way until the webinar started. So there's just one long webinar. I want them to watch as much as I possibly can. And a VSL is obviously relevant. I mean, it could be 7 minutes. It could just be like selling them on why they should show up to the VSL, to the webinar. Excuse me. So let's hit follow-up though. So what is follow-up? It's all the actions you do to maximize the likelihood that a prospect shows. All right, so these are 99% golden BBs. There are no silver bullets. Like in the sales process in general, there's no silver bullets, but especially with follow-up. All right, so there are more gains here. I commonly find, like, it's not often that you find like doubles and triples in business that are just lying around from like little processes. Follow-up is just one of those rare situations where it's true. Like I'm so bullish on this that I very strongly considered starting a fund only around the thesis that people don't follow up with their leads. And as a result, we could double or triple the revenue of a business simply by doing this. Just working the leads well. That's it. All right, and so what's interesting is that I find it significantly easier to get a 50% lift in show rates than it is to get a 50% lift in close rates. And the net result for the business is the same. So if I can get something that's really easy and gives me 50% lift in revenue, I will do that first. And the beauty of this whole thing with follow-up is that it's just process adherence. There's almost no skill involved. That's why I love this so much. Like, you just need to get someone to do it. Like, there's very little, it's very binary. Did you do it? Did you not do it? Not how well did you do it? Very straightforward. Did you call them within 60 seconds? Yes or no? Did you send the 3 messages? Yes or no? Really straightforward. Okay, so 4 elements for following up, very important. That will maximize the likelihood that people actually show up so that they can buy from you. So number 1 is convenience, how easy you make it for customers to schedule. So if you're open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, compared to your competitors who are open only Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 a.m. to noon, you will sell more than them, period. Speed to contact, how fast you contact them in relation to when they express interest. Example, you call the lead within 42 seconds of them opting in versus your competitor who averages 42 hours to respond. By the way, that's the average for most businesses. Quite mind-blowing. They're like, I don't know why, like, all these leads are shit. It's like, yeah, you called them 2 days later. Like, how insane, right? Like, imagine you want something, and then you opt in for something, and then 2 days later you get a call from the business. You're like in a different country. You know what I mean? Like, you're in a different, like, wars have been won or lost in this time frame, right? And so, and the thing is, this is the average. That means half of businesses are below or worse than this. So, yeah, call them faster. Personalization, how you communicate with the prospect. So this is part of what I was talking about earlier with the messaging. But it's a combination of messaging, proof, and the content that we provide, all 3 of those things together. Highlight the good, remove the bad. And then volume, just the pure number of times that you reach out, as silly as it sounds. So if you reach out to an unresponsive lead 5 times, rather than giving up on average 1.3 times, which is the industry average, by the way, 44% of salespeople stop after the first attempt. So half of your team right now reaches out to a lead 1 time, and that's it. 1 time. You make these ads, you run these campaigns, you do this conversion optimization, you're scaling, you're making all this content, right? So that some Some soul will be like, I am interested in what you have to sell. I would like to find out more. And they give you their information. And then your salesperson shoots them a text, and that's it. Right. It kills me. So let's talk about making things more convenient. Is this follow-up 5+ for the entire sales cycle? I mean, it'd be way more than that. Follow-up for me is just the first few days. All right. So I don't know why this repeated. Here you go. So convenience. So increasing days per week. So first thing you can do, you have a fixed cost of running your business, like especially if you're brick and mortar, or if you have any kind of salaries, there's your fixed cost. 7 days a week, whether you're open or not, you're paying that. And so if you sell more days, you will make more money, and it will disproportionately go towards profit. So insurance, you pay it every day. You pay your salary employees the same. You pay rent the same every day. You pay it every day. You might as well generate revenue every day too. So right now, if you're like, we only sell 3 days a week, you would double your sales if you sold 6 days a week. That's all I got. Weekends, if you sell on weekends, you will sell 40% more. So I don't know if you like math, but if you made $100,000 a year selling 5 days a week, and then you sold Saturdays and Sundays, and you weren't before, you would then go to selling $140,000. People are like, how can I grow my business 10% a year? It's like, we could start with 40 by just doing weekends. And Sam Queen, show up rates on weekends don't stink. That's a belief. People don't want to work weekends, and so they say that the show up rates stink, which is why they justify not working on weekends. Also, I had my sales guys be like, oh, dude, Friday night show up rates are the fucking worst. When I actually looked at show up rates on Friday nights, they were the same. They just hurt more because they wanted to go out. Again, like I'm seeing in the chat right now, like weekends are bad, Friday, like it's just, you know what we call internally, you know what we call Friday? We call it buy day. So like, I don't know what culture you have in the sales team, but like, this is the type of stuff that the leadership needs to crush, right? Like, when do people buy? When we're selling. That's when they buy. Phase 1. That's right. It is payday. So this is my recommendation for rolling this out if you're a little bit on the lower side. So phase 1 is just get to Monday to Friday. Start here if you're inconsistent or have like a limited team. Just establish at least reliable weekday ops. It's phase 1. Phase 2, do weekdays and then weekend half days. So just do like Saturday and Sunday mornings or afternoons just to test demand and train the team on weekend ops. That way it's not a full commitment. All right. Phase 3 is you just go full 7-day availability. Complete schedule flexibility, maximize leads. Especially if you're international, it's like at a certain point it stops mattering. You just sell all the time. I also see this as like, well, if all my competitors aren't willing to work weekends, then like not only am I going to get 40% more of my own business, I'm also going to steal from theirs because I'm willing to sell when they aren't. If no one else is available besides you, guess who gets the business? So the next one, for convenience, I told you this is going to be really tactical. Increasing hours per day. All right, so we want to sell when customers can buy, not when you prefer to work. So opening 9 to 5, Monday to Friday is kind of like running a retail store during hours that people were working and then wondering why no one shows up. Like imagine if retail stores literally were open 9 to 5. Like you went to Walmart and as soon as you get off work, Walmart's closed. And then you want to go to Walmart on the weekend and it's closed because they're like, well, we work 9 to 5. Right? It's like you got to sell when they can buy. So if you want my recommendation from what I look at from our coverage, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. PST gives kind of max US coverage, which is 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. EST. So that's just what we found. Like our team works 6 to 6. Again, this is kind of phase in process. So extend your Monday to Friday hours based on your time zone. So if you're PST, you probably have to start earlier. If you're EST, you probably go later. Phase 2, you layer in weekend half days first, same as before. And then phase 3, your availability becomes your competitive moat because you make it easy for people to buy. Also, just make sure you match for compliance to make sure that you're calling in hours that you're allowed to. Okay, next one. This is very, very tactical. We did a ton of research on this, but basically, the shorter the time slots you have available is independent from how long the call time has to be. So I could have a 2 o'clock, 2:15, 2:30, 2:45 as my time slots for an appointment, even if my call time is an hour. Now, the next natural thing is like, well, wait, then there might be some uneven times where I have some gaps between calls. You will make up for it by having more salespeople, having them prep more, and having people have higher likelihoods of showing for more precise time periods. So I just covered this. All right, so what this will do is it'll increase total bookings overall because more granular time slots creates the perception of flexibility. And this was one of the single greatest things that you can do in terms of increasing sales in a business is increasing the convenience for which people can book. It sounds ridiculous, but it's just true. We looked at every single data point across thousands of businesses because we controlled the software that ran all their schedules. The ones that sold the most had the highest availability in terms of days per week, hours per day, time slots per hour. And you may find that you will have the blank spaces, which you can fill up with increased lead volume, which you will use with other tactics that I have taught, basically more follow-ups so you can get more people booked. And then beyond that, you might find out that you need more salespeople. And that's okay, because salespeople tend to make you money. So I almost always make more money when I hire more salespeople. So just a rule of thumb that I have found is that salespeople need to feed themselves, and in so doing, feed your business. So if you find out like, well, my current sales team can only handle 2 days, it's like, great, well then hire more salespeople. You're growing, congratulations. This also works exceptionally well for those who have 2 call systems, so like a set and a close, because then those 15-minute time slots can actually be true 15-minute time slots, which works out super well. So you have 15-minute time slots, you qualify, and then you can book the close call. Frictionless booking. So for those of you who on our little Simon Says survey over here, said conversion optimization. This is what conversion optimization is, by the way. So we want frictionless booking. So more bookings, period. So we want online calendars, phone, text, chat, as many different ways that we possibly can to capture and correspond, right? We want links everywhere for them to book. We want them to be readable on desktop and phone. We want the dates to be above the fold. So those of you guys have thank you pages that have schedulers on them. The amount of you guys that I have seen where it's like you have a video above the scheduler and you can't see there's a scheduler, you're losing bookings. Now, if you have a big friction, you have lead quality issues, then in that case, you can increase the friction by having the scheduler below. That's a little bit more okay. But if you don't have that problem and you're like, no one's booking, it's because they don't know to book. So make it clear, make it obvious, make it above the fold. Whenever you can, eliminate redundant fields. So if someone does their email to opt in and then later they can schedule, make sure that it's already auto-filled. The better version of that, which is kind of the more advanced version, but had a huge lift for us, was you can code it. And if you're like, how do I do that? You go on Upwork and you say, dude who codes shit. Get them to code it so that if you already have, let's say, their email, it doesn't come in filled in. It actually just removes the field altogether. Pretty sweet. So it actually shows fewer fields. So instead of having 5 fields with 3 of them filled, it just shows 2. Massive increase. Every click that you add in the process will lose prospects. And so for us, I just think that we use tech to carry answers forward. So scheduling takes 60 seconds with minimal typing. So we want to remove pages, consolidate steps, make it simple or they'll leave. To be clear, this is different than like purposefully adding a VSL to a process. I want to eliminate bad friction that does no persuading. I want to add good friction that qualifies prospects. So that's convenience. Next one is speed to contact. Now you guys already know, I feel very confident, very, very strong. Now, if you were to rate yourself on these things right now, yeah, Tyler, everything's closed on Sunday in France, and that's why France's, GDP sucks. Right? It's like all of our stores are closed after 5 p.m. and everyone stops working at 5. It's like, yeah, I know. Same for Spain. It's like that's why those countries aren't competitive. Being real, right? Like I will try not to be, I will state the facts and tell the truth. All right, GDP is lower there. That being said, if you're looking at these, right? If you're looking at these, convenience, speed, personalization, volume, before I get into the more tactics for each of them, I think it's worth thinking about which of these, of all the ones that I just went over, are you the most deficient in? If you're like, dude, my hours are screwed. Like I only have time to sell 3 days a week for half a day. It's like, yeah, that's probably the biggest thing you could work on. You could do like nothing else. Just do that and you might double or triple your sales. I'm not kidding. Um, or maybe it's the speed to contact. It's like, hey, I can only get to leads every few days. Well, that's a problem, and let's fix it. Like, well, I can't afford to fix it. It's like, well, you actually can't afford not to, because if you do fix it, you'll have the revenue to then afford fixing it. It's kind of a chicken egg issue. All right, so speed stats, real quick. You guys have already heard these. 391% increase in sales occur when you contact leads in 60 seconds. That's a 4x. 4. So whatever your revenue is, multiply by 4. Ask yourself if you had 4 times the revenue, if you'd be able to afford another salesperson. So if you're like, man, if I had another salesperson, I could call them in 60 seconds. Well, if you had another salesperson, that might 4x your sales. So maybe it's worth it. Number 2, companies that contact customers within an hour were 7 times as likely to qualify the leads as calling even an hour later, and 6 times more likely than companies that waited 24 hours. The stats are clear. People just don't do it. And they're like, because I can't afford to. It's like, you can't afford not to. You have to assume that you're going to make the extra revenue. And then from that extra revenue that person brings in, you will be able to afford the person. This is like when you hire someone, you get time back. You haven't made the money from your time back, but you know that if you hire them, you'll be able to make the money back. It's the same idea. And number 3, 78% of customers buy from the company that contacts them first. Okay. So rather than read the playbook on speed, I will just sell you on it. So you can't get your leads fast enough because you don't have enough people. And if you had enough people, you'd make 2 to 3 times more. And if you made 2 to 3 times more, you'd have the money to afford more people. So you got to do something to do it. Okay. Speed to contact. Wasn't that easy? All right. Personalization. So and I do these in order of importance. So convenience, believe it or not, I would say is probably still more important than speed, as crazy as that sounds. Because if you take it to the hypothetical extreme, actually they're both pretty, like if you can never meet with anybody, you can't sell anyone, right? So you have to have enough convenience that people actually can transact with you. And then you have to contact them at a time when they want to transact with you. Next is, how can you communicate with them in a way that maximizes the likelihood that they buy? Okay, so quick hitters here. We want to talk to them where they want to talk. So if a lead opts in, you immediately call, text, and email, DM them on Instagram, wherever you can. Let's say they reply to your Instagram first. Then you continue the conversation on Instagram until they're engaged, and then you transition to Zoom or a closed call, right? We want to talk where they want to talk. Now, lead scoring and matching. This is also, like, you're like, how can all of these be big? They are. And if sales is the constraint of the business, there's a lot of things that can improve it. And the crazy thing is all of these are additive. So can you double your availability and double the business? Yes. Can you double your speed to lead and also double the business? Yes. If you do both of them, will you 4x your business? You might. That sounds crazy. It also could be true. So 2 examples. So I came in contact with a business that was a relatively large business in the weight loss space, and they had astonishing ROAS, which is not common in a very commoditized space like that. And so I tried to look at their sales process, look at their marketing. I was like trying to figure it out. And one thing jumped out at me was that the founder was going in, and this is like a pretty big business, and he was just a maniac, but he would go in, he would look at every scheduled call for the day, read the answers to the applications and questions that they had selected, and then he would manually color code, delete calls off calendar, and code them and move them to the right salesperson. By doing that, he was able to eliminate like 2/3 of calls in the calendar that had the very low likelihood of closing and maximize his closes throughput with higher quality leads. And I saw that and I was like, I think this is the reason that your business is more profitable than everyone else's. And I bring that up to say, if you can not waste time on leads that aren't going to buy, you will make more time for the leads that will. And so I'll give you a second example, which #1 timeshare salesman in the United States happens to live in my building. And he's the #1 timeshare salesman for the #1 timeshare company, 3,000 sales reps. He's #1, 5 out of 6 years. Big thing that I asked him that he did that was the big breakthrough. He got the CEO in his tiny little market to give him all the best leads because he was the best closer. And he 5x'd the production of that store with the same lead volume. Because he said, don't waste the bad leads on me, put all the good leads with me and I'll close all of them. You gave a good lead to a bad sales rep and you lost that sale and I could have made it. You gave a bad lead to me, I was going to lose it, and so is that guy. You might as well let him lose it and let me make the good one. It's force optimization, optimizing the highest likelihood purchasers with the highest likelihood person to help them buy. So, what do we do about this? At the very beginning, we talked about the avatars. If we know that the people who are most likely to buy have these things in common, if someone has 4 of the 5 things, you can either make it binary in that they have to have all 5 in order to buy, but then there's some things that are continuums. If someone has to have at least $1 million a year in revenue, then if they have 5 million, they're probably more likely to buy. So it might be a higher rated lead. So you put that lead scoring in place, and after like, man, this takes technology. It's like, dude, it's 2025. Like, AI's coming. Like, if you can't lead score, then like, come on, you know? Like you have to figure this stuff out. Like I can't, I'm not going to share a screen with you guys now. Like that is beyond the scope of this. But you have to be able to score your leads, and then you have to be able to route them to closers who are the best closers. So if you know what the best close rates are on your team, and you know the leads that are going to be the most likely to buy, you route those guys to the best closers. All right. Next one is you talk about the stuff that's relevant to them. This is the personalization. So this is really just the call prep. That's really it. Like just prepare for the call. That's the simplest way to do this. And then in the show up sequence that you have, you want to make sure, and this sounds obvious and yet no one does it, is that give them a reason to show up. So not just like, hey, let me sell you on like instead of just reminding them like, hey, hey, can't wait to talk to you. Hey, it's coming up soon. Hey, it's coming up in an hour. Sure, it's fine to have that, but we want to give them a reason to show up, not remind them just to show up. So it's like, hey, Greg, saw your traffic is down 18%. We had another auto shop owner in the same spot that's now at 100% after 90 days. I prepped a walkthrough showing how we apply the same principles to your shop. Right? Can't wait to talk to you. Just make it personal to them. It sounds so simple, and yet no one does it. Like again, like the thing that I have realized about all of this business stuff is that there is nothing complicated. It's just that no one does all of it. And so being advanced is just doing all the basics at scale every time. That's it. And it's like, wow, this is so obvious. It's like, yeah, it's all obvious, and yet no one does them. And you have to do them all because they're additive. Okay. I'll give you an example for those of you who are, this is for a brick and mortar beauty chain example. Like beauty chain prospect books an appointment, rep calls immediately and says, hey, since you're a first time client, I'm setting aside free products for you. Do you want face cream or hand lotion? Prospect picks face cream. Awesome. I'll have it waiting for you tomorrow. Sure, increase goes up, right? They made a choice. They assume you're coming. Very simple stuff. And I already gave you the proof examples earlier, like use proof that's relevant to the prospect. Okay, so that's personalization. Now volume. This is the number of times that you reach out to a prospect. Okay, so the first contact is we want to blitz the first, day 1 through 7. So I'll give you a recent example that I saw from an e-commerce company that went from 0 to $100 million in annual revenue in like 24 months, I think. Some of you guys have heard of Gruns. They're a very big like greens gummy bear thing. The thing that startled me or that I found really interesting is that they didn't go 1 to 7, they hammer the first 4 days. So day 1 through 4, 2 emails a day, 1 text, first 4 days. So you're doing 12 reach outs, right? 8 emails, 4 texts just within the first 4 days. Now they have 0 sales team. This is just pure e-commerce. But just to give you an idea of how much they're willing to hammer, because they did all the math and realized that those first 4 days is where they maximize the likelihood that someone's going to buy. And so that should give you some idea of how hard you need to hit those first few days. And so for us, call within 5 minutes. You saw the stats. Obviously 60 seconds is better, but call within 5 minutes. We do it, we double dial immediately. So first call gets blocked by almost most phone settings nowadays. The second one can connect, literally call, it'll disconnect, call again, it'll go through. Speed alone increases both show up rates and close rates. So like this whole getting more leads to pick up thing, it increases everything down the funnel. So if you call them faster, you'll get more leads to schedule, more than will show, and you'll have higher close rates because you are closing them closer to the pain. And you will know when you're calling fast enough when people respond with, wow, that was fast. So this is a typical setup. Day one, this is super tactical. But call one, we call twice, and then we text and leave voicemail. We repeat that 2 more times. You're like, wait a second, call twice and text. That's 3 reach out attempts. If you want to include voicemail, that's 4. We do that 2 more times in one day. That's 12 attempts in one day. Yeah, we email too. Like, they said they wanted to find out. Let's try and act like we're trying to get in touch with them. Does double dialing hurt pickup rates? No, it helps pickup rates. Bio break requested soon. Dude, it's been an hour and 7 minutes, Tyler. Jeez. Uh, so this is the best analogy that I can give you. If let's say that your parent or someone that you cared about, or kid, whatever, you really needed to get in contact with them. You absolutely had to get in contact with them. Okay. What would you do as soon as you found out the news that you had to contact them? Like, what would you do? Would you shoot them a text? Or would you like call twice, shoot them a text, leave them voicemail, email them once? That's probably what you do. DM on Instagram. You would probably act like you were trying to get a hold of them, right? Well, then act like you're trying to get a hold of them. Yeah, this is a skill issue, Tyler, by the way. You're a bio break. Um, so day 2 through 3, we'll call twice, and then we text after the second call. This maintains the pressure without being kind of overbearing. So we'll call 2 times during the day. Again, double dial each time, and then we'll text after the second. And then 4 through 7, it's 1 call and 1 text a day. All right, so you notice we hit super hard day 1 through 3. All right, and by doing it through 4 through 7, we'll catch weekends. And sometimes we have noticed this for us is that there are some people who just always they catch up on stuff on weekends. And so making sure that you extend the follow-up through day 7, we catch some of those people who are weekend responders, which gets you to a total of 11 attempts across 7 days, which gets about 80% of possible sales just on research that we have. So to me, this is like literally the 80-20 of outreach, or rather of follow-up. Okay, automated versus manual reminders. This is the housekeeping, but important. All right, make automation obvious and make manual obvious. What I would encourage you not to do is try to make your automation seem manual. Like, make them clear. If it's manual, get a blue iPhone, give it to your sales guys, and make sure they know that it's from a person. If it's automated, be clear, like, this is a scheduled message, this is a 24-hour reminder. Just make it very clear. All right, so these are the 3 automated reminder times that we have: 12, 24, and 3 hours before. So just like we use standard calendar software, whatever like the thing that comes with it automatically, we want them to look automated. That's how we do it, all right? Also, you see that little pro tip at the bottom there, which is you want to include the area code that you're going to call from if it's over the phone, or again, the link if it's going to be a Zoom, because it'll just increase the pickup rates. Next, the manual texts we send from a real cell phone the night before, for us at 6 p.m. and morning of at 8 a.m., 60 minutes prior. And that's going to be relative to their time zone. All right, that's what we do. We send multiple messages in a row, kind of like you text a real person. So it's like you text, text, text without a response, because that's how people actually text rather than like these long blocks of paragraphs. All right, and we open with a probing question about their interest. Then we compliment them, ACA, and then ask them if they want to move up the time to today. So wait a second, did you catch that? When we manually text them and we confirm appointments, we try to pull them forward, because if you pull forward appointments, sure, rates go up. Now, if we have no response to manual texts, what we do is we escalate scarcity. So that's where we'll say, hey, we have limited slots, or we have limited availability for that day or that time. Did you check my message? And then, hey, I'll have to remove from that spot until I hear back. Is this still a good time? Those are the 2 messages that we send after someone hasn't responded. You know, Sam, the thing with the personalized selfie videos, we used to do that, and we ended up not seeing a difference. So and it was a lot of work, and that's the only reason I bring it up. If it's worked for you, by all means, keep doing it. But it was a ton of work for our team, because like we'll do whatever work is required. And sending the personalized videos, we didn't get a meaningful lift in shows. So just, yeah. Regardless, that is kind of how we see automated versus manual. Hopefully that should help you guys out. Okay, now, Bam fam. Book a meeting from a meeting. Every single person here should bam fam. Okay, in the chat, real quick, tell me who doesn't know what bam fam means. Just give me you don't know. Okay, so we have at least one person who doesn't know what bam fam is. Jonathan, you don't know what it is either. Okay, then I will explain what bam fam is. Okay. So Sharon Srivatsa is the one who taught me this, and I love it and have used it ever since in terms of the acronym. So BAMFAM stands for Book a Meeting from a Meeting. The reason this is so important is that this needs to become a way of life. All right. So we have a portfolio company, which is an insurance company, and in that business, it's very long proposals of very large, insurance policies, sometimes $1 million policies, very large policies, right? And one of the things that were happening is we kept losing lots of prospects throughout the funnel. And so I was walking through the sales process and I was like, okay, well, what happens after we, do the intake call? They were like, oh, well, we, take all the research, we do this, we make this big proposal, and then we email it to them. And we ask them to book another time in the email. And I was like, oh my God, really? He's like, yeah. I was like, well, there's probably a triple in this business sitting here. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, bam, fam, dude. You get on the set call, you take the information, you set the close call, and then instead of sending the proposal, tell them you'll go over the proposal that you prepared for them on the close call. And if you don't close on the close call, before you get off the phone, set the next close call. You always book a meeting from a meeting. You never leave a lead in no man's land. This has to become a way of life. Every lead should know when they're going to talk to you again. And I'm going to overcome some of these issues, some of these belief systems you guys have, all right? So we never end a call without booking the next appointment. If they don't close, you pull up your calendar right then and you lock in the next call. So the whole we'll circle back offline is a guaranteed drop off between calls. Does not work, complete waste of time. You have them right there. If you cannot get them to book a time when they are talking to you, how do you think you're gonna get them to book a time when you are texting them or emailing them? You are both there, pull up both your calendars, find a time, right? It's the fastest, most efficient way to communicate. All right. And so being non-committal, and this is a huge point you have to explain to salespeople, being non-committal about the next appointment is an objection, right? So handle it now while the pain is at its highest, at its freshest, because if you can't close them literally after doing a pitch, you're not going to close them later when the problem is in the rear view. All right. And so this is the highest likelihood moment to book the next call. It's also the most efficient and the least work. It's very rare that you have all these things lined up. There's no logical reason to not book the call at that moment. And so the result of this is that people will stop falling through the cracks, sales will increase, and just make more. And so I'll confront. So I went home obviously for my mom's thing, and I had to. I saw my cousin. She just started a business, and yes, you can BAMFAM clients as well, 100%. You BAMFAM everything. You should you BAMFAM employees. I would make an argument you shouldn't have recurring meetings. Just book a meeting from the meeting. That way you don't have all these recurring commitments. They don't even know why you have them. Sometimes you don't need a week. Sometimes you need less time. Sometimes you need more time. Just recurring commitments suck. Just figure out when the next time you can book it from there. And if you don't need it, congratulations, you finished having that meeting. But anyways, my cousin, she texted me. She said, "Hey, my cousin doesn't even know what I do." She was like, "I can't believe you're in this business stuff." She had a business coach. This is kind of funny. She had a business coach. She just hired. She's an artist. She does packaging design, store windows. And so she got a business coach from the local center of commerce. Cities have these centers of commerce where people give business cards to each other. I don't know. Anyway, so she got a business coach from her center of commerce or something. And I was like, really? She still, at this point, she has no idea what I do. We're cousins. We've grown up together. She just doesn't give a fuck, right? And anyways, so she was like, "So what is it that you do again?" And I was like, "I do some business stuff." And so I was like, "Tell your business coach that I'm your cousin." And she was like, "Okay." And so she texted me back. She was like, "He knows who you are. He says he reads your book to give me recommendations." So anyways, she texted me and she said, "I just sent my biggest proposal ever based on what you told me at dinner to a customer, eek." She was nervous. And and so what was funny about that was I was like, cool, I'm really proud of you. Promise me you'll never do that again. She was like, why? I was like, get him on the damn call and present him the proposal in front of him so that you can get him to buy. Right? And so everyone, for whatever reason, so many people don't do this. Just bam fam. If you have a prospect, the day that you don't have an appointment is the day you need to make another sale to make a sale. Because you have to sell them the appointment and then you then have to sell them once they're there. So just don't have two sales, have one. You're on the call, book the next one. Done. All right, hopefully I made my point. We're good. All right. This just stimulated you. I'm glad, John. I wish I could. Like. I wish I wasn't kidding. I was. She was like, "What is it that you do again?" And I was like, "My God." It was, it was just funny. Okay, so now you guys, one of the biggest things that you guys had on here. I I don't need a bio break, but I'll give you guys one. I'll hang, but I'll give you guys 5 minutes. Go take a bio break because the scripting stuff's gonna be heavy. All right, go get a water or something. Actually, I'll get a water. Secondhand Hermosi. That's nice. Um, you're gonna go set up. Someone has to do archery at a wedding. Yeah, it would have been funny if you gave her one of my books. That would have been hilarious. Thank you. Do we have Gatorade? Yeah, her business coach probably shouldn't do it for free. I know, well, I'm not even cousin famous. My family doesn't even know what I do. If it makes you feel, if it makes you feel any better, if you're like, man, like no one in my family knows what I do. It's like me neither, bro. How is that possible, Kevin? Not everyone cares. The world's pretty big. All right, I will buy a break in 2 seconds. Am I Kevin Gong? Always be closing or Asian baby girl? But there's no C there, Kevin. There's no C. Red versus read and write. What am I walking into right now? What is this chaos? Greg, I need a sound clip of why high volume, low margin business is for co's with lots of debt equity to burn. Maybe at the end, I will do that. Now we will begin to talk about scripting. Cool? All right, let's talk about scripting. So where's my little script thing? Hold on. Okay, here we go. Okay. I should have had a thing that talked about all the parts of a script, so that's on me. But some of you guys have no script and are like, how do I have a sales script? This will be my best attempt at helping you do that. For those of you who don't have the HQ Sales Handbook, I'd recommend it. It's really good. So that being said, you have to introduce the call, right? Sounds very simple. You start the exact same way every time. And the reason for that is if you want to be a compliant, sales company, we call them the big four, which is who, from where, about what, recorded line. All right, so those are the four big ones. So it'd be like, John, this is Alex, calling on a recorded line from ACQ regarding the scaling workshop. How you doing today? So in that little sentence, I did four things. So notice, you don't say, hi, is this John? Or is this John so-and-so? You just say first name, question mark, pause. So how do you talk to somebody, or how do you call someone who you know? You're not going to say, hey, is this mother? No. Hey, is this mom? Hey, is this Florence? No. You're going to say, John? And they're going to be like, hello? And then as soon as you have that, they're leaning in, they're curious, they're like, who is this person? Because you sound like you know them. Then, this is Alex calling a recorded line from ACQ regarding the scaling workshop. How you doing today? Right? We do that because we have to say who you are, we have to identify who you are, what you're calling from, and we have to say it's a recorded line, right? So you can say, hey, and this call is being recorded, but it's so much easier and faster to say, hey, this is Alex on a recorded line from ACQ. How you doing today? Way faster, okay? So that is the first line. They're going to say, I'm doing great, and we're going to say, awesome, you ready to rock and roll? They're going to say, yes, and you're like, great, let's do it. We're going to spend a couple minutes driving through your metrics to make sure you're a good fit, and if so, we'll walk you through whatever our product is, and if that makes sense, we can get you all set up. Sound good? Fantastic. So we're setting the agenda. So we hit the big four, set the agenda, and then we're rolling. Okay. Now, a quick side note. If you are the only person who knows how to sell, so I'll call this the expert paradox. I mentioned this a bit earlier, which is if you're the only person who can close in your organization, I promise you, it's not like you're some unicorn and no one else can close, right? It's that you are actually bad at selling and good at being an expert. Really take that in for a second. If you just demonstrate tremendous expertise, people will buy. But you might be terrible at selling. And so, for me, or at least there's levels of sales. Level 1 sales is you can sell. Level 2 sales is you teach somebody else to sell. Level 3 sales, you teach a team of people to sell, right? And so we want to get you to be a level 3 type salesperson. You want to be a sales master, a master trainer, not a master salesman. Much higher leverage, right? And if you're exceptional at it, it's usually because you sell the wrong way. You sell leaning on your authority and expertise rather than leaning on a very good process. But that being said, the way to get out of this is the V1 version is take 20 close calls that you have, transcribe your calls, put it into a GPT and say, or you can put it in ACQ AI and say, create one script based on all the stuff using that I have here, mixed with diagnostic and the closure framework. Boom. And then it'll take all the stuff we have, pop it in. Easy. Now, follow your own script. Once you have this is important. Once you have this new script, you follow that script. And the reason this is important is because if you can't even follow your own script, how can you expect somebody else to? Right? So you have to stick with that script and then prove that that script on its own can still close deals. Are you getting the difference here? If you If you have 20 different, if you take 20 different paths to close, to be fair, there's really never 20 paths. Every sale has the same core pieces, and then people just go off, which makes it seem like it's 20 different conversations. There's 5 or 6 things that have to get hit. Everything else is excess and waste. So if you're sale, like what's common with the experts is it takes them way too long to sell. They take an hour and 15 minutes to close when this should be a 20-minute sale. Those are all symptoms. Now, I use the closer framework because it's the easiest thing. You know, it's funny. I was talking to a friend of mine this morning. It's like when I die, sometimes it's these like the funniest little things will be the things that I think like might last. Like I think the value equation might outlive me. I think the closer framework might outlive me. And it's like it's like a little acronym I came up for my sales guys, and it is just stuck. So it's just kind of funny. Anyways, with the closer framework, clarify whether they're, label them with a problem, overview their past experiences, their pain, sell them the vacation, explain away their concerns, reinforce the decision. All right, now what's important about this is that that's a very straight line. You want to get out of the way of the sale. Most sales scripts, like I said, there's only 5 or 6 things you have to do. The more I've sold, the less I say. Right? You want to remove words. You want to not be cute. One of the big things that people, once they start getting a little bit better at sales, they start getting cute, start adding words, start adding anecdotes, start adding sentences. And then all of a sudden the script gets all over the place. You need to keep it as concise as possible. You want the shortest script possible, not the longest script. Okay? And so what is the goal? So really think about this. Before you ask for the sale, nice stuff for a guy, bed, nice. Before you ask for the sale, what is the goal of every word that you say beforehand? I'll let you go in the chat. What do you think it was? What do you think the goal of every word that you say? A lot of you guys actually have it. It's pain. It's pain. This is before you sell, before you transition to pitching. It's pain. The point here is if I'm going to sell a steak, let's say I've got a steak and I've got somebody who's in front of me. What do I want to maximize the likelihood to buy my steak? I want them fucking starving. I want them in pain. And it's not like, and what's interesting is it's like, if I right now, so think about this for a second. Think about the smell of butter on a hot steak, right? And kind of like the sizzle of the meat hitting the pan, right? Like think about that smell. Now think about like a warm plate with that meat on there with the butter that's been reabsorbed into it. It's just sitting there plump, like you can see it just like redding to like red as you cut it. It's like about to almost like burst at the seams. And as you cut through it, you have the edge that's a little bit harder, a little bit crustier because it's got that crunch from the pan sear. And then you get into it and it's this beautiful red. And there's no like fatty lines. It's just this nice marbling inside of it. It's got the light seasoning on it, right? The whole point here is that if I'm going to sell the steak, it's like you got to get them hungry. And so right now, me saying that has probably increased the hunger from some of you guys just listening to it, right? What we do there is exactly what we need to do for whatever it is we sell. It's just food's easy because we're all human, right? But you need to make them hungry in the language that's specific to your product or service. And so what I'll walk through, and I'll walk through one more thing before I get into the scripting of maximizing deprivation, is that timing is super important. So I'll tell you a fun little finding we had. So L1's a 2-day event where we've been collecting all this data to feed the AI, which you guys are benefiting from. So if you guys like that, but a lot of the stuff that we've done in person has been to make the AI that you guys have access to exceptional. And I think you guys have seen it. We just put a lot of work and we continue to do so. And it's just our first party data that continues to feed it. And so we've been doing that. And what we found out was from our L1 event, for people who want like just more in-depth consulting, we sell like a 1 day where we just like do a ton of work on the business and say like, okay, if we had to re-script your sales process, or we have to redo your funnel, or we have to make the webinar, or we have to do this new email follow-up, or whatever the big constraint of the business is, the 2 or 3 things that we can identify, we just walk through what they should do, right? or what you should do. And what was interesting is that we found that when we made the offer right after we had, so the highest rated part of the 2 days is after my team does 3 hours of Q&A roundtables. So everyone thinks it's going to be after my Q&A. It's not. The highest rated thing is 3 hours where my whole team, my marketing director, my sales director, they're all in person and everyone gets into groups broken out by revenue and people get to ask questions in person. They get like basically one question per person to ask to each expert. And when we made the offer after that period to get more of that, people didn't want to buy. And so all we had to do was expand the break period and offer it at a different time after people weren't able to get their questions answered. So when we put the offer after my Q&A, because almost no one gets their question answered because I can only answer 6 or 7 questions, there's 100 people in the room. Many people were like, I have other questions that I didn't ask Alex. So then deprivation was recreated. And then when we made our offer, more people bought. And so same pitch, same offer, only different timing. And so this is why deprivation is so important. All right. Now, how do you create deprivation? Brandon, it's pretty simple. If their KPIs are low, then you look at it. If their KPIs are KPI, you leave it alone. I see you keep asking that question. All right. The 9 steps of discovery. All right. So this is very important. So discovery follows a 9-step process that cycles through identifying problems until you have enough to make your offer. All right, this is really important. Like, what is the point of the sale? We make an introduction, right? And then we have to label them, the L. We have to label them a problem or multiple problems. How do we do that? We discover. All right? So this is the process. Like, you should know this. You should deeply ingrain this into your being. Where are you at right now? This is the C of clarify, by the way. Why are you here? What made you respond? What brought you in today, right? Establish where you're at. What do you want? Desired. Once we get the prospect to state their current and desired results, we begin something that I call the pain cycle. All right? So we have, if we want to do this visually, and why not? Let's do it visually. We're having a day. Let's make a day of it, right? It's like you here, sad face. You want to be up here. Let's make this triumphant face. Happy face. Let's put you on this mountain here. It's kind of a bad mountain. Anyways, we have this nice gap. That's what we're establishing here, right? This sounds very simple, and yet no one does it. So now we begin the pain cycle. We then we identify what is the obstacle. I was going to try and draw a dragon, and I was like, that's not going to work. Okay, let's draw an angry thing here, a big angry animal that has wings. I should really not draw some of that stuff. Okay, so we identify what's blocking them. We identify the reason why it's not working, and then we pull teeth. And I'm going to explain what pulling teeth is in a second. Wildly important to understand what this is. We have to get specific details when answers are vague, confusing, or incomplete. So if you ever sold somebody and you're like, hey, how's that working for you? And they're like, it's all right. And you're like, so do you think it's impacted the business? And they're like, I don't know, a little bit, probably. I can tell you based on that response, they're not buying. Like, I've been given the offer, it doesn't matter. If you're an experienced salesperson, you can probably tell who's going to buy before you make the offer. Which means if you can know who's going to buy before you make the offer, why make the offer unless you know they're going to buy? So you'll pull teeth, you'll recap, which is once you've gotten the pain, you restate the problem in their own words. You label, meaning you map their problem to our solution. This sounds like a lot of steps, but you can do this in like 3 sentences, all right? And I'm going to show you examples in a second. You confirm, so you verify that you understood it correctly, and then you repeat. That's it. You do it 3 times until you have enough that you can map to a solution that works, all right? So let me explain how this works. So here's how you pull teeth. You say, okay, cool. Can you give me an example of that? That's it. Hey, do you think this has impacted your business? Probably. Cool. Can you give me an example? Well, I mean, sales aren't as high as they were before. Can you give me an example? Can you tell me more about that? Like you literally just say, can you tell me more about that? Can you give me an example? Can you tell me more about that? Can you give me an example? You literally just say that over and over again until eventually it's like, yeah, like last week we had the lowest sales week that we'd had in a really long time. Wow, that sounds impactful. Yeah, it sucked. Great. Specific, right? So you keep going until they say something that maps to our solution. So they give me a specific, and it's like, okay, if we could have you meet with our sales director, and our sales director could walk through what other businesses in your industry and size are doing right now to get significantly higher numbers and just show you tactically what those steps are versus what you're doing, do you think that would help? Yes. Awesome. Right? And so the pain exists in the specific. So let's do some examples here. So let's say I say, hey, I'm at $1 million. I want to be at $3 million. What do you think is holding me back? They say, I don't have enough reach, or I don't have enough ad conversions, or I have too few leads, or my leads aren't good quality, or my personal brand isn't growing, whatever. Or I think the thing's holding me back is I can't close a barn door. No one can afford our stuff. No one can close like I can close. I can't find good salespeople. Sales are inconsistent, right? And so we do the recapping, labeling, and confirming all put together. So it's like, so you're not getting as many sales as you want. So it sounds like you might have a marketing issue. Does that sound about right? That's it. We literally drill down, find the experience. So then we say, so it sounds like pain, label to broader solution, confirm. So super specific, chunk up to the solution. Is that right? Super specific, pain, chunk up to the solution. Is that right? That's how it works. This is it. This is how discovery works. You repeat until you have the ammo. Because think about what this does to you as a prospect, right? So yeah, we have been growing. I say, okay, what is that? Can you tell me more about that? Yeah, we've missed our sales goals 2 quarters in a row. Why is that? Why does that matter? Well, we haven't been able to expand into a new region, which is super important. Why is that important? Can you give me an example? Well, I need to do that so I can send my daughter to college, whatever. Okay, great. So you haven't been able to expand your sales into the new region. So it sounds like you have a model issue. Does that sound about right? Yeah, okay. Huh. Tell me what else. Can you give me another example? Right? So once I have that, I'm not going to try and solve it. I just want that pain to sit there. I just want it to sit there. And then I'm going to go back and find some more pain. And then find some more pain. And it's like, oh my God, by the end of this, it's like, dude, my life sucks. I'm like, I can't believe I've even been in business. Like, how am I even making money? Right? So you repeat until you've got enough ammo. Then we do a recap, which is transition. All right? This is how once you've completed your pain cycle. So you stack the pain. Just like you stack an offer, you stack pain. So to stack the pain, you get your recaps together and then you say them all again. So as before, you ask the prospects if you got it right. So it might sound like, hey, just to make sure I understand, so you tried 3 different marketing agencies, you spent 50 grand, you got leads that did convert, and now you're hesitant to invest again. So it sounds like the real issue isn't just vendors, ads, and leads, it's that you just need a more comprehensive marketing and sales process or strategy. Does that sound about right? Great. So given everything you just told me, I think spending 2 days with us would really help you out when we walk you through how it works. Yup. So then we map. We connect their problems to our solutions. All right, via assurances, benefits, and we confirm that it would help. So if they have one problem, then we map it to all 3 solutions by breaking it into micro problems. If they have more than 3 problems, great. Then you group them into one solution that solves more than one problem, right? So hey, by the way, so when you said, so we've made the transition. So, hey, you have this problem, this problem, this problem. Does that sound about right? Great. Everything you told me about your business or your problems, I think this would really help you. Can I walk you through it? Yes. Okay, for the not enough leads issue or for the not enough sales issue, I think that when you come out, you'll ask questions directly to our director of marketing so he can walk you through what you need to do right now to help you get through it. Do you think that would help? Great. If you want to add, I probably should have followed my process. He's a superstar, by the way, for the companies that we advise. He's the person who leads adding content strategy to get the maximum qualified leads. He can help you improve the funnel, right? I did it out of order. Content and ads. Do you think that would help? Yes? Great. How do you think about this for a second? How do you say no to that? You just told me that you have this leads issue. I say, can I walk you through it? You say yes. And so they say, so for your not on leads issue, when you come out, you'll get to ask questions direct to our dude. Our dude's a superstar. He's amazing. He can help you improve the thing that you want. Do you think if he improved the thing that you want, you would like that? Yes. Great. For your sales issue, when you come out, you get to talk to our director of sales. He's amazing. He did these 3 things that you find really impressive. And based on those 3 things that are really impressive, do you think he'll be able to help you with this tiny thing that you are struggling with? Yeah, great. And so you stack each of them, the 3 or 4 pains that they had to the 3 or 4 solutions. You do it 3 times, and then you ask for the sale. That's it. So then we say, great. It's 20 grand. And shut the fuck up. Now, I'll give you a little tip there, a tip here. Especially if you have some newer sales guys, you can include it's expensive before you introduce price. And it works fine. So if some guys get a little nervous, just say it's expensive and then you can say the price. Hey, it's expensive. And they say it almost like people feel like, I don't know, better about it. So you can say it's expensive because it actually acts as a price anchor, believe it or not. Because what's nice about the word expensive is that everyone's idea of what's expensive is personal. So it's like it's an amorphous anchor. So if someone says it's expensive for me, I'm gonna think, oh my God, it's $1 gazillion. And if the person's rich and you say it's expensive and then you say the number, it's like having a price anchor and they're like, oh my God, that's not expensive, I'm in. And if the person's poor and you said it's expensive, at least you prepared them for it. So it works on both sides. Now, I wanna be really clear about something that I've wrestled a lot with. Do I talk about tone in this? I don't think I do. No, I don't. Okay, so I'm gonna do a quick. Are you guys good with a little side quest on tonality? You guys good with a little side quest on tonality? Okay. So, I have spent a long time analyzing speech patterns to maximize persuasive effect. And I have found that there is a lot of mythology in selling around tonality. And I would like to put that to rest so that you can not waste any more time or nearly as much time as I have trying to coach tone. So, ready for some mind-blowing stuff? There are 3 sales constants, which I consider in aggregate sales tone. Now, sales tone does not mean sounding salesy. It means it's a persuasive tone. If you sound salesy, it's likely unpersuasive. All right? And there's 3 elements and they're very obvious. 1 is you have to be loud enough that they can hear you. 2 is you have to speak clearly enough. So you have to enunciate your words so they can understand you. Number 3, you have to speak slowly enough they can comprehend. Loud, clear, and slow. If I talk like that, you will understand what I'm saying so that it maximizes the likelihood you take the next action when I ask you to take it. Right? This never changes. Now, what else can you do with your voice? You have your tone, or we can say inflection if you want. Like this. Do you have a question mark? And then you have pause. So, when you are selling, you want to breathe the script, meaning you have to know and memorize the script so well that you don't think about what the words you're saying are. Because if you know what the words are that you're going to say, you will say them naturally. Most people sound like they're reading a script because it means they don't know the words well enough. If you know the words well enough, it sounds like you're just talking because you've said them 100 times. That's the difference. Now, if you do that, you will have natural changes in cadence and rhythm, and provided you are loud enough, speak clearly enough, and speak slowly enough, people think that it sounds natural. And it only sounds natural because you've practiced it. That's the idea. Now, these two things are the only things that are very important for, well, that's important because you have to do that because if they don't understand you, they can't buy what you're saying. But these two are the money makers, all right? So, what are these two? This is when you ask a question, or when I say, John, John. I do that because what happens in the human language when you do this? John, you solicit response. That's the only thing it tells us, is that when they raise their voice, it means that they're soliciting a response from you. Also, what happens when you pause? You draw attention to the words that you're saying when you pause. See, it seems like I'm emphasizing something, but I'm not. I'm just doing it for emphasis, right? But when you literally, you say a word and pause draws attention to the word you just said, right? So at what point in the sale will we want to draw a ton of attention and solicit a response? When you ask them to buy, which is why you raise your voice and say, you ready to come out? And you shut the fuck up. 8 seconds. Salespeople that added 8 seconds of silence after they make an ask close 32% more sales. 32% more sales. 8 seconds. I want to, let's be real. You ready to do this? You ready to rock and roll? Awesome. 8 seconds. 8 seconds, which functionally means you let them talk. And if it takes a long time, and any person who's been an experienced salesperson knows, sometimes you have 60 seconds of silence and you just shut up. You just let them think, let them process. You don't want to sell your way out of a sale. They haven't responded yet. Okay? So it is an amateur thing to sell people out of a sale. Now, when we are going through the script, if we want to emphasize a certain point, what would we do? So give me another example. Notice that wasn't a question. That was a command. Give me another example. Tell me another specific. Hopefully, though, by understanding these 5 things, you can get out of all the mythology around selling. And so when you're actually making scripts, the only thing you need to do from a quote tonality perspective is make sure they memorize it so that these things happen naturally. And then you just only have to denote in the script where are they going to raise their voice and where do they pause. That's it. That makes it wildly simple. And you can denote inflections with a question mark because that's how people normally do it. And you can denote pauses, the way we do it, is 1 period or multiple periods. Short pause, long pause. That's it. So when you're writing your scripts, you might have a question mark after a word because it shows that it's going up. And then you might have dots or a single dot, just like you'd normally pause. It will make your life so much easier if you write out your scripts like that. I told you that was a little bit of a side quest, but we completed it. Fantastic. All right, now where's my super suit? Okay, here we go. Now, objection handling. This was the 3rd, I think, most requested topic. 2nd or 3rd most requested topic? Yes, 3rd most requested topic. All right, so I have good news, I got bad news for objection handling. The good news is I'm going to really dramatically change many of y'all's lives because I have thought about this so much. And the bad news is If you're obsessing about objection handling, you've already lost. So I will give you the most consolidated way to solve this for yourself, but also understand that like you're only going to get 10 or 20% of your sales from people who are not buying after you ask the first time. And that's because if you've done your job correctly and everything else in the funnel, you have a really qualified prospect that's seen, a handful of high quality content from you. They've already watched another hour of stuff of some sort of VSL or some sort of pre-frame before you talking to them. If you're not close, like it's unlikely that you're going to save them from the dead. Right now, I'm going to give you the hand-to-hands around this stuff and we'll cover it. But don't think that if you want to get your team from like a 20% close rate to a 40% close rate, it's not going to be from objection handling. You might get them from 20 to 25, but to go from like 20 to 40, it's going to be in the disco, it's going to be in the setup, it's going to be in the offer. And it's going to be from cutting words and sentences out of the script. Okay. Now, people will obsess here, like I said, but you only close 10 or 20% of your deals here. So if you have these a lot, you have to go back earlier and practice the process. But if you are going to be here, let me tell you, I've changed my mind about handling objections. So the objective of sales in general, after you've established there's a clear reason for them to buy the thing, is to ask as many times for the sale as you possibly can. So think about that. Think about that because that's going to make people uncomfortable. The goal on the sales call is to ask as many times as you can to get them to buy. Because the person who asks the most time has the highest likelihood of getting them to buy. Caveat, problem. People don't like being asked to buy a lot. And so how do you ask as many times as you can without getting them to want to stop having the conversation with you, therefore preventing you from asking again? Well, you have to ask in a way that does not offend them. So, yeah, there we go. It's almost like I wrote this thing. Okay, so most of this is matching your response to their objection and doing so in a good tone, right? So if you speak clearly, you speak loudly, you speak slowly, they're not going to sense that you're being aggressive, right? That you're being combative. And so asking questions tend to also do that. Now, this is the very large change that I've had personally in my thinking process around objection overcomes. So I used to drill my team on every type of objection. There's 5 objections. You've got time, you've got spouse, you've got money, all this other stuff, right? You've got these different things. I have since come to this conclusion that is tentative, that you can really just memorize 6 or 7 of them. Well, there's 6 or 7 that are universal. Memorize 3 or 4 of them. And if you can just say those ones and just know them like the back of your hand, they work with everything. And that's why they're so powerful. Because I have less and less belief that you overcoming someone's concern is the reason they buy, unless it's a logistical concern, which I don't really consider a true objection. Someone's like, I can't make that time, that's different than like, I can't afford it, I'm not sure, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So these are the 7 universal closes. If someone says, no matter what you're doing, if they don't want to buy, or they just say anything that's not, like you say, hey, you ready to get started, you ready to rock and roll, whatever, then they don't say yes. You say, totally hear you. Do you mind if I ask you a question real quick? Do you think this thing is something that can help you get closer to your goal? That's it. Really straightforward. If they say yes, then you're like, awesome. You can be like, awesome, let's rock and roll. And sometimes you just close them right there. Now, sometimes they don't say that, and you can sense that they're a little bit more weird. And you're like, okay, well then what's your main concern? That's loop 1. No matter what they say, like they don't say yes. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Do you think this is going to be closer to your goal? Great, so what's your main concern? All right, then they tell you their concern. Then you say, that might be the perfect reason you should do it. Doesn't matter what they say. I don't have the time. I think not having time might be the perfect reason you should do it. I have to talk to my spouse. I think the fact that you have to talk to your spouse might be the perfect reason you should do it. Like the fact that you have to include your partner for a financial decision like this might be the reason that your business should do something like this. I think the fact that you don't have time to do this is why you should do it. I think the fact you don't have money to do this is why you should do it. I'm not really sure. Okay, totally understand. Hypothetically, if this were a 10 out of 10, if this were perfect, if this were amazing unicorn, would you do it? Yes? Okay, what's different about what you have in your mind there versus what we're helping you with here? They say yes or no. And then you're like, great, then let's rock and roll. If they still don't want to do it, and you're like, okay, let's zoom all the way out. I've got Jacob behind me, smiling because he's been through all these 100 times. Um, each of these, like the zoom out is, hey, let's be clear here. You're trying to lose weight. We sell weight loss. What's getting lost in the mix here? It's they get close in the weeds. You want to bring Jacob out? All right, Matt. You want to say hi? Or not? You're Matt. You're Matt. You're Jacob. You can say hi. Matt can't say hi. Matt did say hi. There he is.
What's up, Matt?
He's on. See, we have him mic'd up too. I was going to bring him up for the training part, but he's seen all of these many times. He will ask my spouse. Yeah. So we got zoom out. We've got 1 to 10. Okay, on a scale from 1 to 10, what makes this a 10? Got it. Why didn't you rate it a 1? And then they tell you all the reasons why it's not a 1. And you're like, awesome. Well, let's rock and roll then. They just sell you on it. And you're like, that sounds like all great reasons. Loop 6, okay, cool. Totally understand. Best case, worst case. Right? Best case, you change your life. Worst case, we have a money back guarantee. We give your money back, you get a great experience. And so the reason I see this is so important is that all six of these loops, 7 if you include the first, it doesn't matter what their response is. That's what's beautiful about this. Whether they say spouse, reason, value, it doesn't matter. You literally can just go through all 6 of these and you can ask each time for them to buy again. And if after 3 or 4 they're saying no, then you say no worries, bam fam. And this was just a conclusion that I made because I spent so much time drilling each of the individual closes, and I knew that there was a handful of closes that I closed many times. Like best case, worst case, the reason close, my God, I've closed like probably the 2 most used closes. Zoom out is probably third most used close I have. I don't even include loop 0 and 1 because you use it on everything. But like, yeah, 0, 1 is on everything. Reason, best case, worst case, zoom out all the time, right? I don't use debt to pay for this and I don't have cash on hand. Maybe the reason that you need to use debt to do this is probably the perfect reason to do it, right? Like hypothetically, if this were the thing that was going to save your life, would you figure it out? Yeah, if we zoom out, big picture, if you need to change this thing, right? Best case, worst case, what happens? Zoom out, you're 85, looking back, does it change your life if this doesn't work? No. If it does change your life, does it change your life? Yes. So the idea here is that all of these loops, so zooming out is you chunk up, Bella. So you'll get lost in a sale if people try to get you zoomed in and they're like, what about this specific thing, blah, blah, blah. You get lost in the weeds. As soon as you're in the weeds, you zoom out, you pull the parachute. Hold on, big picture. You're trying to lose weight. We sell weight loss. You need to work out? We sell workouts too. You need to change your food? We all agree here? All right, what's holding us back? Right? Zoom out. Hey, you're trying to grow your business? All we do is grow businesses? What am I missing here? Hey, best case, worst case, right? And so with each of these, and like, it doesn't matter what they're saying. Hey, what makes this a 10? Great. Why not a 1? They tell you all the reasons it's great, and you're like, those sound like great reasons to do it. I'm with you. Ready to rock and roll? Ha, ha, ha. No, let's think about it. Best case, worst case, right? You can literally seamlessly go from one to the next. And as long as you know these 6, then you can just move between them. And I think this is important because, again, I used to obsess on, believe me, I can talk about a lot of different obstacle overcomes. But if you just know these for a new sales rep or somebody's coming in, you can get 80-20. If you can have a rep loop 3, 4, 5 times, you're going to get 80% of the closes you're going to get after someone says no. After that, don't piss off the prospect, bam, fam. And I used to just like, people would find themselves in these hour and 15 minute, I'm on loop 9 of time. It's like, it's great for like the Hall of Fame of sales, but that's not where actual sales are happening. Like we're closing, like the majority of deals we're closing in 20, 25 minutes, right? And so it's like, great, drill loop 1 through 6. What's the main concern? Hey, I think it's a perfect reason you should do it. It shouldn't be the reason that's holding you back. Hypothetically, if this thing were perfect, would you do it? Great, what's holding you back from that? Hold on, let's just zoom out. You're trying to do this is what we do, what's holding you back? Got it? Okay, well on a scale from 1 to 10, what makes this a 10? Why not a 1? Okay, those are all great reasons. Okay, well how about this? Just best case, worst case. Best case scenario, you change your life forever. Worst case, we give you your money back and you just get a great experience. Cool, fair enough. Okay, no worries, I can sense we're a little off. Let's just get another appointment and then I'm gonna send you 6 more fucking testimonials of people just like you and get you back in. Okay. And if those don't work, you bam fam. So this has been a change for me is that I spend way less times on all the many ways to overcome stuff. And like, believe me, I know them. I used to drill them. Um, but like big picture, if you just know those ones, you're going to get the 80-20. So I mean, believe me, I can look impressive and say lots of things that are very compelling. But for me, try to help you to build a sales team, just train them on the universal closes, have them ask, have them go through the six, seamlessly transition. After that, bam, fam. That's it. You're going to get 80%. It's not worth spending all the extra time training all these different decision trees when the majority of the work is they missed it in the disco, they fucked up the frame at the beginning of the call, they weren't prepared, they didn't do their call prep. That is what matters. Memorize the script, right? Because all the stuff after that is where you start going to no man's land. It burns time. They're late for the next call. It's not worth it. And to be clear, I used to go down all these paths. I want to be really clear. Like, let's talk about your spouse closes. Let's talk about time. And like, I have them. I mean, it's in the, you guys have the closing manual. I have all the different overcomes for each of these different things. And if you want to know them, I kind of see them as like nice to haves. Like, drill them, know them, fine. But if you look at the data, the majority of your sales are going to happen when you ask them to buy and they say yes. And then the next chunk is on loop 1 or 2. They have a quick logistical concern. They have a quick, it's a 6-inch putt. They need a little bit of reassurance and then they're in. As we love to show the recording of the guy that took me 2 hours to close and I finally got him. Do you really want that guy? Guy's going to suck. He's going to call you back tomorrow and get cold feet. It's just something that believe me, and I loved playing those because I love showing that I exerted my will and I got my way. But if I look at like money math, it wasn't worth the time. The amount of training hours that went into stuff that I could have allocated in other places, it just like wasn't the highest return. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So, Max, so like I need to think about it. I'm just going to play this out for you for a second. You say I need to think about it. And I say, totally hear you. Can I ask you a question? Do you think this is something that can help you get closer to your goals? And you say yes. And I'm like, cool, what's your main concern? Notice it doesn't matter what you say. That's my point. Max, this is my point, dude. This is my point. Let's say after I say, what's your main concern? You say, I need to think about it again. You literally repeat your thing. And I say, do you think the reason that you haven't gotten the goal is because you've always had to think about it and not been able to pull the trigger? Do you think the reason that you're in the situation you're in right now is because you've always had to think about it rather than taking action? And it says, I need to think about it. Well, totally understand. Hypothetically, if this thing were perfect, would you do it? Okay, what's missing? I need to think about it. Totally understand. Let's just zoom out for a second. You're trying to do this. This is what we do. What am I missing? I need to think about it. Totally get it. From a scale of 1 to 10, what would make this a 10? Got it. Why didn't you say a 1? I need to think about it. Right? Like, okay, no worries. Best case, worst case. Best case, let's think about it together. Like, you can fucking camera them all the way through. That's what's beautiful about this. This is like this was like a sales breakthrough for me. Of like, how can I simplify this to make this easy? And just walk through it. It's undeniable. You just ask again and again. Fundamentally, salespeople who ask the most times make the most sales. I think there's so much mythology around now, again, if there's logistical concerns, a date, a time, like whatever, resolve it. That's different than sales that are all smoke screens for I'm not going to buy for a reason because I don't think it's valuable. Thank you, Tony. I think this is good shit. Okay. So, if these don't work, bam, fam. Okay, we covered all that. Great. And to the point, somebody asked, like, what do I do for the next, like, what do I do on the next bam, fam? Well, you nurture with more proof and another VSL, right? We have what do we do for our bam, fam? Totally understand you need more time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a video, and then I'm going to send you 2 other videos of people like you to give you a little more information to make a decision. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay. So actually, I think I hit tone earlier. So I already hit this one. How fast, how loud, how you articulate. Tone for solicitation is pauses, plus your voice goes up. The rest is mythology. To create standard changes in how you say words to make it seem natural, which is accomplished by learning the script. All right. Was that fun? Was that fun? And for Toby, like if you're like, that's so simple, I feel stupid for not. Dude, bro, it's been 15 years. I've closed a lot of sales in my life, and it took me a long time to simplify. How do I take all? It's like, how do you have curiosity tone and cautious tone? All these like different words. Like, I don't even know what does this mean, right? No one knows what that means. These are the only things you can do with your voice. So that's how we describe it. Great. And then like fundamentally, people who buy get asked more times. So okay, so how do we get them to? How do we just ask as many times as possible without having to think through decision trees? Great. These things always overcome no matter what they say. As long as they feel like what you're saying is natural and it's not like, because what's beautiful about the universal closes for everyone is that the universal closes do not prove them wrong. I'm not saying you don't need to think about it. I'm saying that's awesome. Totally get it. What's your main concern? Amazing. Totally get it. Best case, worst case. Totally get it. What makes this a 1 versus what makes this a 10? Hey, hypothetically, this is perfect. Would you do it? Hey, do you think the reason that you've been struggling to make decisions like this in the past is why you're in the situation you're in right now? Okay, so let's talk about training and culture. I might have Hoppity Doodah come up and give him a opportunity to present. So can I get a rabbit emoji in the chat real quick?
Oh man.
Dude, rabbit, you guys, the guy spilling out rabbit. It's just the most boomer shit. Dude. You guys are making my day with this. Look at that. Look at all those rabbits, dude. Just hopping around.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
hopping. Just hopping. What a opportunity. Okay, so Jacob's mostly going to stand here awkwardly next to me, but I will occasionally peanut gallery him. I'll be like, "Is that right?" And he'll be like, "Yeah."
Yes.
Okay, so fundamentally, right now, you're not training enough times. Number one, you're not training often enough, frequency. You're not training fast enough with your feedback, and you're not training long enough in terms of your continuity. You don't continue to train. All right, that is why your team sucks at sales. And most of you guys recruit salespeople with the idea that like I'm going to keep going through people until I find a good salesperson. When if you know how to train sales, you can make anyone a good salesperson. All right, like for real. It's really just like how much am I willing to train? But you could literally take anyone and make them a gangster. It's just is it worth it or not? So to give you guys perspective on this, this is the first week that we run every single salesperson through. All right. And so why don't you walk through what their kind of first week looks like?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of the first week when we onboard a sales rep is mainly around getting the script in their hands and getting as many reps as possible. And so when we look at like this calendar, the first thing that we do, and we'll dive into like talking about how we create culture and how we curate the culture. But the more I think about like getting a rep in, it's a lot about setting the proper expectation. And so a lot of their first day is all going through our handbook. And really the handbook is, I mean, it's beautiful. It's a guide on how to win at acquisition.com. It's the best. And be like a very, very good sales rep here. And so they're going through the handbook, they're reading through that. And a lot of this does two things. One, it shows them exactly what to do. And two, it just like an objection with a sale. I like to see this as pre-handling objections for the sales rep and getting the right behaviors and beliefs like ingrained in them from day one. And so as they go through that process, they're like, oh, this is what it's like to be at acquisition.com. Now, when they go through that, the whole first week, as you can see here, is like all around. They're shadowing, they're bathing in good sales calls. So we have the best sales, just bathing.
Yeah, so
soaking in them, and they're listening to them. They're shadowing the best reps. So I love having them here in person. Even if we have remote reps, we'll fly them out, and they'll be in person. They'll listen to the top people. They'll be like, "Hey, what'd you do there? Why'd you do that? How'd this work?" And so they're going through and just understanding and seeing and like soaking in, bathing the calls. From there, we want to get them into. Yes, they do 12-hour days. Yeah. We've tried to get them to do a little bit less because there was like a point where we're like, hey, they want to do 12-hour days. And a lot of that comes to how we set up the culture and the expectations we set. And I'll touch on that for a second because it's so important. The manual shows sales reps how to win, but then when they come into the environment, when they're shadowing, when they're watching the calls, everyone's doing what the manual says. And so it makes it really real. Like a lot of times you can say to do something, but if you don't actually do it, no one believes you. And so when sales reps come into our culture, they read this stuff and they're like, wow, this is really dialed. This is really good. And then they look at the top performing reps and really every rep on our team. And they're like, wait, they're actually doing all of these things. And so it creates this like environment where everyone just wants to push. They want to open up their calendar. They want to continue to work longer hours because that's what everyone does.
Because the top rep here works 7 and he's working 7/12s. And we're like, dude. And he's like, well, my fiance's coming in like 6 months. So I'm just like, I got nothing to do but sell. And it's just like, it's again, a big part of this though is like, because Jacob, built this team. This is the first team that I think he built from scratch. And he got to have the experience of having, a couple early reps that were not culture fits. And he got to see what it was like when you remove the cancers. And this is like my telling you guys, the cancers, the obvious cancers are obvious and you should have already removed them. But the cancers that are less obvious they're decent. It's the 5 out of 10 sales guys that just don't try to win. Like I'll take a dude who's hustling and a 3 out of 10 over a 6 out of 10 guy who just like clocks in and clocks out every day of the week because I know that guy who's a 3 out of 10 will be an 8 in 30 days. We just know because fundamentally, if you put the process as king, everyone is secondary to the process. No one is above the process. Like we run a New England's Patriots type of sales team. No one is above the script. No one is above the process because this script and this process came from the aggregate lives of many more salespeople than you could live in a lifetime. So it's like, this is the accumulation of all of our learnings, young Padawan. Do not believe that you can outlive 100 lifetimes of sales. And so that's the perspective that we take with these guys. And at least, I mean, obviously we come in a privileged situation where, well, rather earned, but the people who come in at acquisition.com, 100% of our sales reps were number one at their last job. We just don't accept anyone who wasn't number one and can't prove they were number one at their last role. And not one person who has come in who wasn't number one at their last role becomes number one here within at least 3 months. I think the fastest is like 3-ish months that we've had someone go from like, I came in as, and they're all savages. Like they're the superstar that was closing 3 times more than everyone else. And they come here and it's just the bar's higher. It's literally like going from high school to NFL. It's like you skip over college. And so when everybody's training like Kobe, you just like, well, I guess we're doing 2-a-days. And so I say this because like, we're going to get into the training stuff in a little more detail, but like the culture has to be there or none of this matters. Like none of this matters unless the culture is there. And so this is what like, this is the more advanced sales. Many of you guys are just trying to hire your first few people. It's like, all right, we just got to get them to follow the fucking script and stuff. But like, this is what comes from you. Like if the sales team didn't think I worked hard, I just don't think they'd work that hard. And also it obviously comes from Hop, from Hoppity Doodah, right? From the opportunities that he gives them. From a comp perspective, I'll cover comps. Actually, I'll just tell you now because I'm not sure if I have a whole slide on it. I'll get to comp in a minute. If I don't, you can remind me in the chat. All right. So this is our training. Let's walk through this real quick. So just walk through. Can you just walk through the day? Just like
Yep.
So first week, this is what actually happens.
Yep. So first week when we get a rep, we start and it's one-on-ones with the manager. We've actually found it best, like if you're scaling your sales team more aggressively, if you're hiring one rep, that's fine, but we like to hire 3 and batch them 3 at a time. And this beginning of day one-on-one will be 1 manager and then 3 reps. And this is more so like setting up, hey, this is what we're going to do today. This is what it looks like, onboarding them onto the team. And so from there, the first thing that they do is they go through that handbook. And so again, the handbook showing them exactly what to do, but also setting like very, very, very clear expectations. From there, they'll jump into our daily training. And so when they jump into our daily training, especially for the first week, they're more just like a sit fly on the wall. They're watching, they're seeing what happens. And we really want to get them accustomed to our culture. We also want to get them to start giving shout outs within that first week. And this is like a little culture thing. Within the sales meeting, we start every single meeting with shout outs, and the group is shouting out each other. And so if you're going to go start this, I would start this as you, as the manager, you step into your sales team and you're shouting out behaviors that make you more money.
No, I'm going to cover that in a
Okay,
second
cool.
with slides, so you're good. I'll quickly answer some of these in the chat. Is the handbook reading the handbook? Yes. The guys like the guys will know this thing inside and out. Like they will be able to breathe this thing because the whole thing is like an hour and a half. It's like 90 minutes. Like you
Yeah.
can read the whole thing in 90 minutes. And so the idea, and we even state in the book, is this is not something you read and put down. This is something that you study. This is something that you breathe. Like you should know every single word in this thing. It's like you check a box, it's like great, I read 90 pages. Like that means nothing. If you can know the script inside and out, that is what makes you exceptional. And so as Hop was going through this, he was explaining through the days, which you can see here. I'm going to explain which each of these are in more detail, okay? But this is what the days are laid out to be. All right, and we'll get into the recruiting side in a second. I want to talk about training first. So these are the 4 phases of onboarding. So first 2 days, this is how we have them train on their own. So they study the handbook like a psychopath. They memorize the script. I'll explain how to memorize the script in a second. And then that's what they do on their own. This is how we train them. So they'll meet with the manager, they'll do role play sessions, and they'll do shadowing. That's it. So think about this. This is what you do on your own. You memorize the script, you read this book a bunch of times. What we're going to do for you, meeting with the manager, role playing, shadowing. How do you pass? You memorize the script. That's it. That's how you do it. Now, the next phase of onboarding, this is day 2 to 3, all right, is how do you train your own again? You keep studying the handbook like a psychopath. You focus on tone now, which is make sure you're talking loud enough, clear enough, and slowly enough. Great. Then you practice the recaps, which is like, it sounds like what you're saying is this, which just means you learn to take their specific pain and chunk it up to one of the solutions we have. So we just get them to practice. Oh, I'm not getting customers because we have to teach them how to translate. You think about this. Translate. I'm not getting a lot of customers. Marketing problem. I'm not getting, I can't get people to buy my thing. Sales problem. This sounds simple, but like you have to pattern match those things, especially if you're a sales rep for whatever you guys sell. Someone comes in with a symptom and you have to say, oh, that symptom matches this thing that we do. That's all the recaps are. All right. Then they review game tape. This is all on their own. How do we train them? We role play, manages the check-ins, and that's it. So what do we do to pass phase 2? They perfect the script delivery, and then we test them on recaps. So we'd be like, hey, I have this problem. What would it map to? I have this problem. What would it map to? Remember, this is so important for disco, right? For the discovery part, we have to match these because that's fundamentally, like literally all the sale is intro, disco to find problems, match problems to pain, ask if that would make sense if they would like to work with us. And then we just benefits, assurances, CTA. That's the whole sales script. All right. Now, phase 3, day 3 and 4. Again, handbook, psychopath study. Memorize the objection loops. Review the game tape. That's what you do on your own. How we train them. Role play, manager check-ins. And then notice that at every phase, they have to add another thing. So first it was memorize the script. Then it was script with perfect delivery. Then it's perfect delivery with recaps. Now it's all 3. You got to have perfect delivery, recaps, and looping. You got to know the whole thing, end to end. Now, have you memorized the handbook yet? Have you reviewed game tape? Solo rehearsals of all scripts, meaning that you can say the whole script on your own without reading it. You can just rehearse it out loud. This is what we'll do to train you. Manager check-in. Again, this is now once a day instead of twice a day. Okay, so that's a difference now. Beginning, it's twice a day. After the next period, it's once a day. Role play again. Live calls. Notice, day 4. So we get people up pretty quick. Now, that's contingent on them passing. If they don't pass, we keep them in there training until they're up. So if somebody asked earlier, how do you not blow through leads? Well, we don't let them talk to leads until they pass the test. And even then, when someone starts, and I'll cover this in a second, and I want you guys to ask the questions I know you're going to ask when I say this. Doesn't matter how. Remember I said that we have savages? Everybody who's coming in is number 1 at their place. If you come here, you start at the bottom. Now, you can have a corner mark, which is that if you hit above the KPI, we can pull you over to the closer team. Let's say if we hired a closer. But if you can't set, you can't close. It's if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. It's 100% the same thing. If you can't get somebody to set an appointment, you're not getting them to give you money. That's for shit sure. Is that all the same for B2B? We're B2B. Bro, like we're B2B. Okay. So yes, we have everyone set before they close. You cannot close unless you set. And it's also because that gives you an appreciation as a closer for the work that went in to give you this lead. Which is why our team, all closers, if they have a gap in their calendar, every closer is expected to keep 2 hours a day of outbound because it keeps the sword sharp and it keeps them appreciating what it does. And the guys who are savages, they'll have 8 hours of inbound, they'll do 4 hours of outbound because they want to win. Because that's the only advantage, because everybody gets about the same leads. So the only advantage they can get on each other is how much outbound they can drum up for themselves. Okay. So how do you pass phase 4? Is that you meet live call standards. So at this point, we give them half calendars.
Yep. So we give them half calendars.
Yeah. So day 4 to 14, if they passed all the tests, so once you've done that, they get a half calendar for sets. And as long as they're doing well, then they get full, and then they hit KPI, and then we pull them over. Okay? So some of these might be like, why not just have them read the script? Jonathan, because you'll sound like you're reading a fucking script. Man, I got on the phone with the sales guy. Sounded like he read a script. Yeah, because he was reading it. That's why he sounded like he was reading it. If you know the script, if you breathe the script, you don't have that problem. Would you guys like to know how to memorize a script? Here's how it works. You print out 2 copies of the script. You read the script out loud. You use a marker and you black out one random word on the script. And then you read it out loud again and you let your memory fill in the gap with the one random word. And then you continue again and you black out another word and you read it again until you've blacked out the entire script. And beyond that, it's shadowing and listening to game tape every single day until you close. By the way, that is how you memorize anything, by the way. If you were like, how do I memorize something? That's how you do it. Okay. Now, I want you to talk about role playing. Like, if there's one thing that I want you to take away from training sales, it's learning how to do role play. If you are not doing role play with your team, I don't even know what we're doing. Like, I don't even know how you would train sales without role play. Like, it's just hoping at that point. It's just hoping they're going to figure it out. So why don't you talk about it? You can
Yeah.
go for it.
And like the thing with role play is most people do it wrong. And I did it wrong for the longest time. And so like the traditional way to role play is you have like, let's say I'm the closer, you're the prospect, and we're going back and forth. And as the manager, like this is the wrong way. So don't do it this way. This is the way that I started doing it. And then after I learned how to do the right way, like drastically compressed time and how quickly I could get a rep up to speed. And so your prospect, I'm a salesperson, we're going back and forth, and then the manager lets a whole conversation play by. So they let the whole conversation play by, say we're practicing the discovery portion. And then at the end of the discovery, the manager's like, okay, you did that thing really well, you did this thing really well, but next time do it like this. And then the next time they have the opportunity to try that thing is maybe like 5 days later. And so the learning does not stick. And you also, you're at such a slow iteration and feedback phase where you're going to be in the feeling that I have with sales reps when I train this way is I'd walk by them on a sales call and I'd be like, why are they still saying that thing like that? But then I realized, well, I never trained them because I was trying to hammer all these other things home. So the right way, or the way we like to do it, and this has helped me tremendously, is in reps, when they first experience this, they freak out, so you have to set the expectation, is we interrupt them so many different times. And so when I'm training with a sales rep, number one, I want to show them they're doing a good job. And so I'm leaned forward, let's say I'm on Zoom, my face is forward, my eyes are big, I'm smiling as they're following the process. The process is everything. And so I'm like, yep, nice job, great job, nice job there, Great job there. And so I'm reinforcing them doing the following the process, following the script. Now, once they go off script, that's where I'm saying, hey, stop right there, go back, try it again like this, and then I model it. Hey, do you mind if I ask you a question? Go back, say it exactly like that. Go, you did it, great. One more time, great. One more time, got it, you knocked it, you locked it in. And so when we're first training a sales rep, we will sit there and we'll interrupt them so many different times. And so I'll literally be sitting there, interrupt them 50, 60, 70 times throughout one session because I'm just slowly chipping away and slowly correcting what they're doing, modeling. I never tell them they do it wrong. I stop them. I show them how to do it right. That part's so important. You show them how, you model it for them. And then you go back, you do it again, you do it again, you do it again, and you lock it in. And so by going through this process, it's extremely painful. It takes a ton of energy, but it's so worth it because you're able to pass information and train so much faster than doing it the other way. And so we do this every single day, every morning. And one like small tactical way is we always rotate through the different pieces of the close. And so if you have a week, it's intro, discovery, pitch, close. We're going through those different parts. And it's important because we had actually one of our portfolio companies, they're like, hey, our team got really bad at the discovery process. And we're listening to the calls. I'm like, okay, wait, what are you guys training in the morning? And they're like, well, we just train the close every single day. And I'm like,
It's like
okay.
objection handling. It's like, doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, let's make sure we're hitting each part every day. And so like role play is, we've done all sorts of training. Role play is like the most valuable way, and you just got to make sure you do it right.
Yeah, Kevin, if the rep isn't coachable, I mean, we screen for that on the front end, but if someone, honestly, like we have a team of egoless killers, like you need someone who has that deep insecurity, like not surface level. It's got to be like deep. Like surface level insecurity, they come out and they're arrogant, they have egos, and then they're useless. You need like the deep kind that like they will do whatever it takes to win. That's what you need. And so that's what we have. So I'll give you quick skinny here. So role playing, you act out the sales convo. One person plays the prospect, the other person plays selling them. The prospect gives the same problems that you'd actually get on real calls. Your job is to respond using the correct scripts and techniques, right? And so the steps that we do, like Jacob said, and we're hitting it from different voices so that this sinks in for you. Because if I can get you to do this for your sales teams, and even maybe for yourself, if you're the only person, you will sell better. So number one is you frame it. So Jacob said he frames it before it. Manager explains what to practice, how to do it, and why. Say, we're talking about disco today. The point of disco is this. Here's how it sounds. Great, let's do it. So he models it, he shows it, and then he says, great, you copy me now. Now you practice it via role play with fast feedback loops. And then he says, great, we'll keep doing it until you get it right. And then once you get it right, we'll have you do it again so that we lock it in. That's the terminology we use. And just be grateful that you actually get the opportunity to have a team that actually knows how to teach shit, right? Then he'll recap the role play and move on to the next person. So if we're doing disco, it'll be disco with this person, disco with this person, disco with this person. The sales manager is really sales trainer. That's what they are. Like they train sales. And to be clear, being a sales trainer, not necessarily the same skill set as being a closer. It's a different skill set. And so sometimes there are guys who can do both. Some guys can do one or the other. So it's entirely different. And so the test here is that before someone starts on the phone, they have to pass tone, recaps, and objection looping. Once they pass each test, then they can go live. Now, shadowing, really obvious. It's a ride along. So you get to see how the day-to-day goes. It's also a way for the guys to get to know each other on the team, just build camaraderie early on. So that's why we do shadowing. Beyond that, game tape, which you saw on the calendar there, is where we study call recordings, right? So you'll start specific, and then you expand as you master the script. And so you have your script with you. They should be, because if your team all follows this, then the calls sound like the script. You can imagine how dumb this would be if we're like, hey, listen to game tape, and then they're holding the script and they're listening to the game tape and they're like, this has nothing to do with this. And then they think, oh, this must be trash. That's what these guys are doing. That's why maintaining this stuff is so important. All right, let's see here. All right, so that's how we get people going, right? And then once they're proactive and we get 14 days, then we transition to ongoing training. And so I want to make the point here though is that like we're doing 2 days before this. They're doing nothing but training for 14 days. The last 4 to 14 is if they pass the test, they're doing half days, they got to hit KPI, then they get full days, and then once they're at full days, they're functionally out. But the thing is that most people then say, well, I don't want to train sales anymore because I don't want to take an hour out of my guy's day or 30 minutes out of my guy's day. Michael Jordan was less likely to miss a practice than a game. Like that is the point here, right? Um, And so we have to have the culture of ongoing training from a consistent basis. And so for our guys, if we have hunt and kill mode, this is a normal calendar day. They would wake up. Why don't you go through the calendar?
Yep. So when we look at the calendar, we want to like first off, the importance of a calendar is we want to make sure they know exactly what to do at each part of the day. And so like we've in the past had teams and it's like they don't know what to do, so then they just do nothing. And so this calendar gives them a guide of exactly what to do and what they hit. And so in the morning, the first thing they do when they get into the office is they're reviewing notes and they're making new notes. And so that's where they're prepping for their calls. They're getting ready for the calls that they have for the day. Then really from there, they go into their priority list. And so this is looking at, did I nurture all my leads? Did I hit all my pipelines, so all my follow-ups that I need to hit? Am I working my outbound? And so whenever I don't have a call, I'm going through that list and I'm making sure I'm hitting each of those pieces. Then we jump into close calls. And so you got calls on the calendar. Most valuable for you thing to do is close those calls. From there, you see we have the training block. We jump into the training. That's where we're hitting role plays. And then throughout the whole day, you continue to rinse and repeat. As you can see there, you have your outbound blocks. It's important as you scale the team, you just stagger those outbound blocks. You don't kill all of your availability during that time, and you just rinse and repeat. And so every single day you jump in, you know exactly what you're doing. You're working through those blocks. And then if you have nothing, you're hitting your priority list.
So if you're like, I mean, I saw someone say like, do your guys actually work 6 hours a day? Sorry, 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. The honest truth is yes. Our guys do. I don't know how to say that differently. Like I got here this morning at 4:50 and there were three sales guys here. And by the time six rolls around, they're all here. You know what I mean? So um, sometimes if they have like, maybe a slightly later call, they'll still come in at that time, they'll just work out. And then they'll hit calls. Sometimes they have a little bit dead time in the middle of the day, so they'll just work out then. Like that's kind of the difference. The key point that I want you guys to take away from here is that everyone hits their priority list, everyone hits their notes in the morning. All the time that they have left over is close calls and outbound block. And then the one block that goes ball up, the only thing that you're allowed to skip training for is if you have a close call that goes long. That time is blocked so that close calls can't come in. But if you have a call that goes long from beforehand, it's the only time that you can be late to training. All right. So I'll just walk through daily team training quickly, which is train 30 minutes a day, Monday to Friday, on-site and remote. Again, we do shout outs and testimonials. Hop hit on it earlier. The reason we do this is that shout outs reinforce the team and reinforce good behavior because we want to give them status for doing the right stuff, right? How do you create culture? This is how you do it. So we give them, like, be nice about, give them shout outs. Testimonials from the customers because we want to have conviction, right? Like the number one thing, like if you want to have really fix people's tone and sell the right way, have them believe in the product. It's the easiest way to do it. And how do you get people to believe in the product? Give them proof. So just like we have to sell the customers, we have to sell the team. We have to do it every day. Like conviction is a consumable thing. It has to be replenished. We obviously then train the script, which we talked about, break into 4 parts: intro, disco, offer, intro, disco, offer, and looping. And then we have a hot topic, which is if there's something that the team's struggling with on Friday, manager will just do that. And so that's what it looks like in terms of day to day. And weekly team training. Once a week, we do a 60-minute. You want to go for this?
Yep.
Yeah.
So once a week,
Here, I'll give you
basically we're going through, so a lot of this is just more around like game tape. And so we start the meeting the same way. We're going through shout outs. We're reinforcing the behaviors. And then from there, the game tape, other than role play, game tape is the most valuable thing you can do. And so that's where we're selecting 3 to 5 of like the most recent calls. And then the manager is telling you what to look for and why. And so this is so important because like we don't want to just watch game tape mindlessly and not have any takeaways for it. So it's like, hey, we're looking for this. This is why we're looking for it. Let's rock. The team observes the game tape. They're all listening. And then the manager will model the proper technique. And so, hey, instead of doing this, next time we want to do this. They'll model it, and then we'll go around and we'll role play that with each team member until everyone nails it. We'll recap what the takeaway was, and then we'll rinse and repeat. And so we just continue to do this 3 to 5 calls each time. Then we go into weekly one-on-ones. So really with this, the big thing that we start with is like, how are you doing? Like, how are you feeling 1 to 10? Where are you at? How's life? We want to make sure they're doing all right because sometimes the reason they're not closing deals is because their girlfriend just broke up with them. So like, we want to check in on them as a person. Then we're talking about short and long-term goals. And so short-term goals is more so focused in on the sale of skills itself. And so this is where you're saying, hey, and we like to say one for the week. So this is your one for the week. We've listened to game tape. The biggest leverage point, the biggest constraint within your sales process is this piece right here. And so one thing that I like to do with the one for the week is have them write it on a sticky note. And then this sticky note goes in front of their desk. They're always looking at it. This is the biggest thing they're focusing on. This is the biggest unlock that they can have for their sales. The next is the long-term goals. And so this is so important for retaining reps. And so like at the very beginning, we'll stay away from long-term goals until they get proficient. And then we want to start talking about what are their long-term career goals? And then what can we focus on to help move that forward? And so with this, like let's say a rep has been with us for a while and we're like, okay, they want to go into sales management. Well, what are the skills that we have to build to become a sales manager? And so, like Alex said, it's like a big part of a sales manager is being a great sales coach. That's like the main role of the job. And so maybe we'll hand off some of the morning meetings to them. They take the lead. They're the one giving the feedback. They're the one running the role play. And then afterwards, we're giving them the feedback on that specific thing. And so really with this, I mean, again, if they're below standard, we're not focusing on the long-term goal.
Because they might not be here.
They might not be here. Yeah. And we want to get them, we also don't want to dilute their focus. And so like, we want to make sure they're nailing their core job. And then from there, it's looking at the different skills. Where can we develop them and how do we grow them into a leader?
So I hope so. Two things that I saw. One is someone said, "How do I? How could I even do this with three reps?" It's the same. It's the same thing. Like you have a weekly one-on-one. We're talking 1 30-minute meeting. You've got a weekly 60-minute meetings. That's 90 minutes in total, and then you have a daily touch base in the morning. Or you can do it in the middle of the day if you want, depending on what your hot time is for sales calls for your market. Like for us, we're like middle of the day because for us our mornings are super heavy on calls. So middle of the day is the best time for us, and so that's basically it. That's the only team or like only rep with manager requirements. The rest is on the rep. So it's really like three things. It's not that. That's what it is, right? So. That's that. We already covered short and long-term goals, so we're good there. Okay. So the other thing that someone said was, I think it was Adam Jacobs. She said, anyone else here feel like they need to like blow everything up and like rebuild from the foundation? The honest truth is that's like the uncomfortable reality for honestly, a lot of businesses. Is that like when you really like see through the matrix, you realize that everything was wrong to begin with, which is that you're like, oh, I can't scale this because I have no team and the culture I have sucks. And that's not just sales, that's everything. And so every department, I mean, especially as you get bigger, you'll have departments. It's like departments will have their own cultures in and of themselves. And I have to clean cultures up all the time. It sucks. And that's always going to be predicated on the strength of the leader. And the leader creates the culture. So how do you create a culture? So let's operationalize this. So what is culture? So culture is the rules that govern reinforcement in an organization. Said differently, rule, if this action, this reinforcer. If you do this, this happens. So reinforcer, reason to do it again. So I'll plug these definitions in. Culture equals, if you do this action, we'll give you this reason to do it again. in an organization? And how many of those do you have in the organization? Organizations have hundreds of rules. Most of them are unspoken. So on the sales team, there's an unspoken rule that the guys work out. They don't have to work out, but it's part of the culture. The guys work out, they want to be healthy, they want to win, right? It's like it's unspoken. We haven't had to say you have to be here at a certain time. They just see the leaderboard and see themselves at the bottom and know that if they're at the bottom, they're not going to be here. So they show up earlier because they know if they're at the bottom, they're not going to be here. If this, then that. So then they work really hard, right? And so, like, can you be late to meetings? In some companies, yes. In other companies, if you're late to meetings, you're fired. And so culture is just all the rules, spoken and unspoken, about what is allowed and what is praised, what is tolerated in a business. And so right now, if your standards, if you're like, man, I want to change the culture, but these people won't listen to me, what do? You let them go. Either they change their behavior or they leave. And that means that you might have a short-term decrease in business so that you can fix the culture of the team. And then once you do fix the culture of the team, you have to protect that culture and not let a cancerous person in. Once the culture gets big enough though, like it's so obvious when someone comes in, they either adapt and join into the culture or they just get completely spit out like a cancer. It's super fast. And the stronger you make that culture, the stronger it happens. So the question that I would ask you guys are, what are the rules that govern your sales team? Like you have rules right now. Maybe one of your rules is if you close really well, you don't have to follow the script. And that might be one of your unspoken rules. If you're above KPI, you don't have to show up to training. That might be one of your rules. Um, if you if you close a lot, you get to complain about lead quality. That might be one of your rules. If you close really well, you don't have to listen to the boss anymore. Maybe that's one of your rules. It's literally whatever you tolerate. Those are the rules. Maybe one of the rules is if you have a month of bad sales, we still give you leads. That might be one of your rules. And so you have to think about what are the things that I'm reinforcing or allowing or tolerating that tell people, because we have to think about the net reinforcement. If I can get paid and not work, that is a large reinforcer. Just a reason to do it, right? And so we have to make sure that all the incentives are aligned. And incentives, everyone just thinks about compensation. Most of the incentives are not compensation based, which is why I'll briefly talk about comp. But I have culture is what will drive the team, not the comp. I'm just telling you right now. If comp drives the team, it's a bad culture. I have teams in this company right now. I have one team. Comp drives the culture. It's I gotta clean it up. And so, again, it's like weeding a garden, right? Like you're gonna weed it and you're gonna clean it up and you're gonna put good flowers in there, but you got to keep weeding it because weeds will come up. People get lazy. People slack off. It's like that's where the culture is so important. And so, training for us, what are the rules for us? Training, practice, timeliness, work ethic, process above everything, no prima donnas, zero ego, and everyone starts at the bottom. That's what it is. How hard is it to change a mediocre team? It's easy if you're willing to let your sales go down. You just get the mediocre people out. Like you just want maniacs. You just want people who want to get better. If you have that, you can win. So last words on culture. You might need to fire half your mediocre team. See, I kind of knew where this was going to go. You might need to fire half your mediocre team to build a world-class one. People need to think they need to find stars because they don't know how to make them. And every salesperson who joins our team, like I said, was number one on their team, and not one has ever come in at number one. So that is our culture stuff. Appreciate you. Can I get some rabbits in the chat
Oh man.
for Hop?
Thank you.
Yeah. Hop has probably spent more time with me than any person in the organization in terms of probably sheer hours. And so for everyone who's curious, when he was 15. So it's been a handful of years. But yeah, he's great. Yeah, he brings sales team hoppiness. What's that Will Smith movie where happiness was misspelled? Pursuit of Happiness. Dude, the pursuit of happiness. There it is. All right. Last two, I'm actually going pretty late here. Okay, let me I'm gonna zoom through long-term nurture mostly because it's like really straightforward. I think it's pretty fast. And then I'll talk about getting more salespeople, okay? So I actually I'll tell you a joke, not joke. So I made this deck and I thought to myself, you know what? I want to make this deck really short so that I'll have a little bit of breathing time. And I thought I was going to do this in like 2 hours, and we're four in. So so I'll keep it 80/20 on this. So what happens if people don't buy immediately? I think a lot of you guys are missing out on big sales opportunities that are immediate, like in the business. Typically on the low side, 25% boost up to 50% just from implementing this for those of you who don't have it. Okay, so obviously, if someone doesn't want to buy like today and they're not trying to do a BAM fam like immediately, like a day 2, 3 days away, do a BAM fam 60, 90 days out. You can totally just push it out. And then when they come back up in your pipeline, you still do the reminder sequences, still send the testimonials the same way you normally would, and they might be in a different buying cycle. So highly recommend still BAM famming even if it's longer term. The next thing is that this is where people hit when Hop said like hit their pipeline. This is where you're sending relevant testimonials. You're sending content that's relevant to their objections that they brought up. So this is why call notes are important because you can pull it back up. Oh yeah, what's this person's issue? Let me send testimonial that covered that. Let me send some content that covers that, right? Then in mass, which is like what is the company doing rather than the sales rep doing this, you keep providing value. All right. So like I said, 25 to 30% of our revenue, which is a 50% lift. So this is what the math looks like. Let's say that you are at 70 whatever K in revenue, doesn't matter. 70K in revenue. If I get to 100K in revenue, this 30% is 30% of my new total. But if I add 30K to my 70, it's a 45% increase in business. And so for us, 25 to 30% of our revenue comes from email. And I bring this up because right now, some of you guys might be sitting on a 45% increase because you just don't email your damn lists. Like, I'll tell you this right now. It takes me 2 hours every 6 weeks to write all the emails. Guys, like, just make a format. And I'll show you what it is. This is the easiest way to set it up. Here's the format. Hook, so that's a quote that's really valuable or interesting, that's proven. Value, something that's relevant to your person that makes it faster, easier, risk-free to get wherever they want to go, right? And then you make a call to action, and then you do a PS, which is a reason to come back next time. That's it. Guys, 45% increase in business. If you look at e-commerce businesses, sometimes it's half their business comes from email follow-up. Half. It's free. It drops straight to the bottom line. So who here doesn't email their list weekly? Can I get a 1 in the chat if you don't email your list weekly? Guys. Well, that's it then. You're all fired. Shame us. Guys, please. Got 2 hours. It is okay. Let me sell you on it. Let me sell you on it. Okay, I'm gonna sell you on it. 2 hours every 6 weeks, and I write 3 emails a week, so you need 1. I'd recommend 2, but right now you do 0. Okay. 2 hours. Let's say 2 hours a month. Let's say you're less efficient than I. 2 hours a month. 45% increase in business. Worth it? 2 hours. Let's do the math again. Whatever your current revenue is, 2 hours, make 45% more at no cost. Worth it? Okay, give your format again. It's on the screen. Hook. By the way, if you don't know the format, just opt into my email list. But you can go to acquisition.com/newsletter. Hook, value, CTA, PS. I do the same one every time. Yeah, look, Hunter said it. Like, when I realized how much, like the e-commerce guys, by the way, side note for anybody who's in business, e-commerce guys, in my opinion, are always the cutting edge of marketing because it's a pure marketing business. But just, that's what I got, okay? My cadence is 3 times a week. I would recommend at least 2. I mean, guys, 8 emails. 8 if you did 2 a week. 8 emails, takes you 2 hours. 45% increase in business. Okay. Now, I want to make a couple points here. You can never email too often or make content that's too long, only too boring or not valuable. All right. So I would rather you email less frequently if you don't have good stuff, but I'm sure you have good, valuable stuff. Just like the thing is emails are so bite-sized that it's so easy to provide value. It's like you have 5 sentences. Just provide one nugget. One nugget. Keep it about one thing. Don't do more. If you have 3 things to say, send 3 emails. Don't make it one email with 3 things. 3 things, 3 emails. Great. You have 3 emails. Like, what do you have that's higher ROI that you're doing with your time? 2 hours, 3 hours, even if it's a fucking day. If you spend a day and got a 45% increase in your business, would it be worth it? Okay. Sorry. I want you guys to make money. Okay. Let me love you. Uh, okay. I won't cover this part. Let's see here. Okay. So last piece is going to be is about getting more salespeople. I'm going to keep this part a little shorter because I think I hit almost all of the topics that you guys had. So we talked about show rate improvement. We talked about lead qualification. I'll go back one. So we did lead qualification and nurture. We talked about show rate improvement. We did B2B sales strategies. We talked about sales scripts and training. We did close rate conversion. We did objection handling. We did sales team management and training and culture. I did briefly talk about upselling. We did video sales letter and VSLs. We talked about follow-up and re-engagement. We talked about disco. We talked about speed to lead. And yeah. So this is the last piece here, which is the getting more salespeople. All right, oh yeah, comp. Good call, Tori. I'll talk about that real quick, and then I'll get into getting more salespeople. Okay, so compensation. My compensation philosophy for salespeople after doing this for a while, 2 things right off the bat. If you have a self-gen team, meaning if you're like home services and people go out, knock doors, and they bring in business, different monster. That's going to be pure commission. It's basically CAC. It's fully loaded CAC because you have no marketing spend. It's just whatever you pay that guy is what it costs to get a customer. So that's why those guys get paid the most because it's one of the hardest jobs. On the other hand, if you do any kind of lead gen of any kind, whether it's content, you have an outreach team like that does like digital outreach and like enriches leads and sets and closes all that stuff, or you run paid ads that people go through a funnel in order to buy your stuff. Or you have affiliates that send you business, whatever. If you have any other type of lead gen where they're just closing leads that you're generating, then I like a 50-50 split between salary and commission, okay? Now, I got that from Vista as well, the private equity firm, because they did a bunch of big analysis and I just believe them and it has worked well for me. If you go pure commission with those guys, it's too commission breathy and it's very hard for these guys to like have stability in their life. If you have a bad month, you don't make commission, it's like you can't have the job. And so what I want to do is have them be able to pay their basic needs on the base and then they live their lifestyle on the other half, okay? Now, this then levels up to OTE, which means on target earnings. Okay, so every sales role should have an on-target earnings. If this person converts the amount of leads that they should be converting, they should make this amount of money. Okay, now what is that? How do I break that into comp though? So I'm going to set the comp based on what I believe the level of skill that is required to attract this level of person. This actually works for anything, not just sales, but for sales, it's like, I think that the sale of this caliber requires this caliber salesperson, which means that the more process-oriented your sales process is, the less skill the salesperson needs, which means the less you have to pay salespeople because it's the less skill that they have to come in with, which drives more profitability for the business, which allows you to reinvest, grow, scale, et cetera. Right? So if you're somebody who has no process whatsoever, no marketing skill whatsoever, then you need a rainmaker to basically drag someone from completely unaware to close because they're exceptionally good at sales. If you have an amazing brand, an amazing education process, and a very amazing offer, you just need someone to say, do you want it? And then you just transact. Right? And so if I have the difference between those two people could be multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And so a lot of people ask me like, what is the perfect comp structure? It just 100% comes down to, can you attract people at that who are at the level of talent at that price point? Basically it. can I put this comp out and attract the level of talent I need to fill this role? That's it. The only nugget that I will give you on comp besides the 50-50 piece is that the only true like commission change, because it's like, should I do it off of percentages? Should I do it? I don't care. It actually doesn't matter because I just want you to do these actions and you could do it off of total deals. You could do total deal volume. Like you can do it 100 different ways. But I will say that the thing that has made a difference is if I can tie the commission to cash collected up front, I would say it's the only change that I've made on sales team comp that reliably increases close quality and pulls cash forward, which I see as a positive thing, right? Now, Dan, you said, can you give a range? It's so tough to give a range because if you're closing, I mean, like, think of the hypothetical extreme here. If you're a real estate agent, you're getting 6% of a building that's $20 million. That's what you get for the sale, right? On the other extreme, if you're selling car washes and you've got 200 cars a day walking past you and you're trying to upsell them by a couple bucks a piece, you might get $1 on an upsell, right? But you got 100 at bats. So like, it so widely depends on the skill, the nature of the transaction, the ticket size of the product, the process that the person has to go in order to close sales. Like if I just stand here and cars drive by and I have to say the same 6 lines, not a lot of skill, right? If I have to take an enterprise and get 6 decision makers to buy a 3-year licensing of my enterprise software for $500,000 a year, it's going to require more skill, right? And so I'll say generically speaking, and again, it also depends on markets, but so I will give you the ugliest estimation I can. SDRs, what do we pay, Hop? 60 all in or? Yeah, so 75,000 on target earnings. That's 50-50 base and variable. That's for SDRs. So sales development reps, setters. Closers, OT is what, 120? 150. Okay, OT is 150. All right. And then if you have like a super specialized closer, they're going to be 200, 250, sometimes 400. You know, it just depends on how specialized they are, how expensive the thing is. And in some ways, what are the stakes of losing? And again, a lot of this still comes down to how replaceable are they. Like there might be high stakes, but if there's somebody else who can do it, somebody else can do it, right? Okay, so hopefully that helped with that. Okay, so getting more salespeople now. So Tori, hopefully that helped with comp. So one of the big breakthroughs I want you guys to have is thinking about marketing to get salespeople the same way you do marketing to get prospects. And so I'll walk through these 3 things kind of, yeah, I'll touch on these. So if you guys are like, man, what should I make my ads for salespeople? Bro, just look at our site. Our ads are on our site. You can just click them and like you can take them. They're right there. Like they're not IP. So just go to acquisition.com, go to careers, look at sales. I would say don't literally copy them because your company is different than my company. You have a different culture than I do. But you can take the structure, you know, plug it into ACQ AI and say, hey, make this for my culture. Okay? So that's that. Now, this is just an example. Like you have to remember this is copy. This is sales copy. Like this is advertising. And so tip of the spear, if you're not getting enough interest in the ads that you're running for salespeople, it's typically because the ads suck. Okay? Now, I'm going to give you different examples of the level of salespeople that are required and how to attract them, which is different. Okay? So this is closer. This is a sales manager. Again, all this stuff's on my site. You can just grab it. Okay? Now, just like getting leads, the question that we have to ask ourselves is, whatever you did to get your first closer, you have to answer the question, why can't we do more? Just like, hey, how do we get our first customer? Why can't we just do more? If you can, do more. If you can't, then it might be because of metrics. I don't know what a salesperson makes me, right? Or I don't know what it costs me to get a salesperson. Market, there's no salespeople here. It's probably not true, but that could be a thing if you're looking for local salespeople in bumfuck, Kentucky. Who knows? Model, like, I would hire a salesperson, but I don't even know if it's worth doing it in this business. That sounds like not a salesperson issue, but it could be a reason someone says why they don't do it. I can't do it because I can't afford to do it. So let me walk you through lifetime gross profit. Did I already cover this with you guys? I can't remember. Yeah. Move on. Did I already cover this? I'll give it to you briefly. So many of you guys know LTV to CAC ratio, but a lot of you guys don't know GPPE to CAT ratio, which is what is my lifetime gross profit per employee to the cost of acquiring talent. So let me explain. So let's say I need another HVAC technician, right? And an HVAC technician costs me, let's say, 150 a year. I know they don't cost that. Just go with me. They make 150 a year, and they're going to bring in, I don't know, 400K in revenue. And so that means that net, I'm going to make 250K in gross profit, 250K per year in gross profit for my talent. So then the question is, if I told you you have an investment that's going to make you $250,000 a year in gross profit, what would you be willing to pay for this? I just said, this is what I've got. An investment. It's a great thing. It's already proven. I've got 4 other ones. They all make $250,000 a year in gross profit. What would you be willing to pay? And it does it every year. Does it every year. What would you be willing to pay for it? 50K? Okay, cool. So here's the crazy thing. I go through this exercise with tons of people in home services or business owners who are looking for salespeople. And they're like, oh yeah, I would pay 50K for that. And I'm like, right, this is the cost of acquiring talent. So are you willing to pay $50,000 in marketing and recruiting to get a good salesperson? The maths. But people are so afraid to do this. When we built one of our sales teams up, we went from 0 to, was it 50 guys? Yeah, 50 or 60 activated. So I think we hired like 90 and then cut down to 50 or 60. We did that in 90 days. And they're like, how'd you do it? I was like, oh, we just paid 10 different recruiting firms, 5 or 10,000 a head for each guy. And then we spun up our own recruiting process too. And I think it was like 50-50. We got half and the other recruiting firms got the other half. And so it's like, what did we pay all in? I don't know. At the worst case, we paid 250 grand all in. But then, I mean, anybody who's made any money, if you pay $250,000 and got a 50-person sales team, that team generated $55 million a month in sales. What are we talking about, right? And so don't be cheap with your growth. Like you're stealing from tomorrow for today. So just do the math. Okay. Now, the other issue might be that, okay, I would recruit more salespeople, but I don't have the bandwidth. Okay, well, how much is it costing you to not have this? Is there something you're doing right now that you're getting 3 salespeople that each bring you $250,000 a year, $750K a year? Is what you're doing right now that's preventing you from doing it worth more than that? Sometimes you just say, I can't do that right now. It's a fire and it's not a big enough fire. It is a problem. I will get to it. I had an executive a while back who was a problem, and I knew they were a problem. And I was talking to a good friend of mine, big entrepreneur, and he was like, so what about, this function in the business? And I was like, it's an issue. He's like, well, aren't you handling it? And I was like, it's not the constraint of the business right now. And he's like, but the guy's incompetent. I was like, I'm aware it's not the constraint of the business right now. So sometimes you just got to let fires burn. It's just like it wasn't a constraint. And then when it became a constraint, we solved it, right? It's just like it's a prioritization thing. Okay, so for recruiting, for salespeople at the most basic level, this is the tactical stuff, so please pay attention here. This means that you make more posts to your organic following to get people who want to sell your stuff. It means that you run more Indeed ads or LinkedIn Sales Navigator, or what else do we run them on? Just ads-wise.
LinkedIn. I mean, LinkedIn's the main.
Yeah, LinkedIn. Well, that's out. We'll do outreach. I'll cover that in a second. Outreach. So you do LinkedIn. Obviously, is the big one for any kind of salespeople because most salespeople are on LinkedIn and definitely respond to stuff. Affiliates, right? And by the way, if you have a salesperson who doesn't respond to your outreach, they either don't care or they're not a good salesperson. So don't worry about it. Like if they're a good salesperson, you become a lead to them, and you can judge how well they work you as a lead because you are now a sale. Tactically, affiliates. So that means that if you go to sales groups and sales forums, you can ask the people who own those forums, hey, can I make a post? Can I pay you to make a post? Is there people in there? Like so many people run these groups and make no money. And they have these very vibrant communities full of the ideal prospects. So just like make a post, make an offering. It's value add to them. Agencies, this is where you can go headhunters, recruiting agencies, recruiting firms that specialize in sales. So if you're like, man, if I don't get 5 salespeople, I'm going to go out of business. It's like, well, then do all of this. If you're like, how do I do this and do the other stuff? It's like, welcome to business, man. And this is why it's so important to say, is this the constraint? All things take work. And so you have limited excess bandwidth besides making the sausage of the business that you can allocate to whatever the new project is. The new project that you have should always be the constraint. And I think this is a wildly underutilized one, referrals from your team. If you're willing to pay $50,000 to a recruiter, why would you not pay $50,000 to your team to get you somebody? They know salespeople too. Here's how you structure this. You say, hey, I'll give you guys, I'm just putting the number up. I'll give you 50 grand. If that's what you're willing to pay, you'll get 50 grand. I'll give you 50 grand if you bring me a salesperson. I'll give you 5 up front, and I'll give you 45 at month 6. Guess what happens? They help that guy train really hard to make sure they're good. I already covered this one. For all of this stuff, it's more, better, new, and just knowing what you're willing to pay to acquire talent. Now, interview process, I'm gonna go quick on this. I know. This was my reduced presentation. All right. I'm sorry. My apologies, everyone. So I was like, I want to make sure I provide enough. Okay. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate it. Okay. So if you have a high volume role, like SDRs, you need to always be interviewing. It's something, a big mistake people make. They get into this flow of like on, off. Like if you have a high volume role, you're going to have churn. You should always be interviewing. Okay. That also means that if you have a high volume role, you need to change your interview process. You need to have group screening rather than one-on-ones. It's not efficient for you to do one-on-one calls when you're looking to like low level. When I say low level, I'm not talking about their human essence. I'm talking about their skill. All right. And so this is the process that we follow. So it's somebody applies. We send them the script if we like them. We get a video back from them with them saying the script, which you can get 60 seconds. That's all you need. Just say the intro, say the whatever, right? We invite them to a group interview. We do a 1 to 2 minute role play with a bunch of people. So 1 to 2, 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 all together. We give them feedback after the role play. If they do a good job, we invite them to a follow-up call. We job offer. That's how it works. If you need a superstar closer, that's not what this would be an SDR process. Superstar closer, you're probably going to do one-on-one outreach and bring them in and have a one-on-one call. And again, everyone starts as low man. Closers get earmarked to ascend faster, but they still have to hit the same KPIs. Because everyone needs to be able to hunt. Now, I'll bring this up. This is our career path for our salespeople. And I like to bring this up because like I think almost every one of you guys, especially if you want to build a sales team. So here is like, can I get a 1 in the chat if you actually are building a sales team? All right, then I'll bring this up. Okay, I was like, if no one's doing it, then I'm not going to go into this detail. All right, so I think about it like this. So it's like, so these are just placeholders, all right? But fundamentally, this is like a progress matrix, right? So it's like you have a junior, you have the actual title, and then you have a senior. So it'd be like junior SDR, SDR, senior SDR, right? And you can see our career path there, right? Junior SDR, SDR, senior SDR, SDR manager, then junior closer, closer, senior closer, closer manager, and then they can, from closer manager, they can go into any of these other kind of career paths. But the reason I find this important, and you guys, like this, it took me a long time to figure this out. Especially when you have roles that are repeated roles like support, editors, salespeople, like these are roles that you have a lot of people in. You want to have multiple tiers of titling. and you can have small changes in comp so that people have regular kind of like reinforcement, like things to look forward to, right? Because if like fundamentally the roles that are like this typically have a lot of repetition, and so having some sort of like break in that repetition with just small tweaks in title and comp can make a huge like difference. And so you could literally go junior comp change normal SDR, comp change, senior SDR, that gives you 5 increments of reward. And so like every 12 weeks, they can get like an improvement. It could be minor, but it's just enough that like they feel like they're in it. And this creates a career path. And so you want to be able to explain this career path to someone. What do these titles mean in terms of responsibility? Honestly, Miles, a lot of it is just about cumulative reps. It's like once you close your first 20 deals, you go from junior to SDR and it comes with a comp change, right? Or you go from junior SDR to slightly higher pay. You keep the same title when you get your first 25. At 50 deals, you go from junior to SDR. And then you go from 50 to 100, you get a comp change, you're still SDR. At 200, you go from SDR to senior SDR. And maybe you get better hours and you get better leads, right? So there's always like little things you can do. Like if I was editors, they'd get better content if I had to pick. If I had sales guys, they get better leads or better hours, right? There's always like tiny little perks you can give somebody for those benefits that come with title. But basically, junior, the name, senior, and then if you want manager, which would be a fourth kind of title. But we're big on like, I don't want everyone to think they need to be a manager because there's just the numbers don't work. Being able to go from senior SDR to junior closer is a great jump for a lot of people if they earn it. Now, one of the key points that I'll make in terms of career path is that at any one of these career paths, like if you hit an inflection point, like you're senior SDR or you're a senior closer or even a closer at any of these levels, once you hit the KPI, it means you are qualified for a promotion, not entitled to a promotion. So once you hit 50, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. You still have to like be a great contributor to the team and be a cultural fit and all these other things. So that way it's not like I never want anyone on this team to feel like they deserve or entitled to anything. Like everything is earned, period. So junior SDR, SDR, senior SDR, cool. Next step, junior closer, closer, senior closer. Hopefully this is guys giving you guys a lot of incremental changes that you can make in a role that's otherwise relatively repetitive that gives people career markers so they feel like they're making progress. Like think about what they're going to go home and say to their wife or say to their parents of like, hey, I got a promotion. It's like, hey, Johnny's doing well at work. It's like, yeah, he keeps, moving up and like they feel like they're making progress. And so if you just go from junior SDR to SDR manager and then closer manager, and it takes 2 years between each jump, you're going to lose people. So you got to have those little, you got to have something in eyesight of like in line of sight that they can look towards. Yeah, sweet. Okay. How long do you want to take for an average performer? Good question. What is it, 6 months or 12 months? What is it for the SDRs that we have it lined up for? Target like time?
To promotion.
Yeah, for like
It's like 6 months. It's
per or total?
per leap. So we
Yeah.
try to have the first couple leaps happen faster
Yeah,
because then
right.
they
We
get
talked
like
about this. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
locked into it.
So the way that we design this is kind of on reinforcement loops. So especially when people are newer, we want people to get a quick win within the first like 6 to 12 weeks. And basically, if you look at human behavior, a reinforcement cycle, if you want to like have someone be addicted, by the way, this is how you do it. So let's say that someone starts, you want the first loop of reinforcement. The second loop of reinforcement can be twice as long. The third loop of reinforcement can be 3 times as long. So it's like you just need these intervals of reinforcement to expand with time. And so this would be like you go from junior, so you're junior here, and this makes you into an SDR. SDR becomes senior SDR here. Senior SDR becomes junior closer here, right? And so each of these you can be like, okay, maybe this is 6 to 12 weeks. This might be, six-ish, 6 to 12 months. This might be 18 to 24, whatever, right? Does that make sense? Yes? Okay. Fantastico. Okay, alternating title and comp, cumulative closes. That's how we do these progressions. Don't assess about sales comp. Already got that. We already reverse engineered FTE. Best leads to the best closers. That's just a reminder for you guys as another way of compensating somebody. Okay. Fantastico. All right. Guys, I think you guys feel pretty good. You guys feel good about everything? Yes? Okay. Well, I feel like we had a day. Uh, oh, let me close with this. So, so this is the last thing in our closure manual that I'm very proud of. I wrote it, so I guess. Anyways, this kind of embodies the culture we have, and so yeah. So, what being the top 0.01% looks like? People want what you have, not what you did to get it. Jimmy Carr. February 2010. In the fall of every year, we would rush freshmen to join our fraternity. And every year, they'd begin pledging. They'd go from being courted, entertained, everyone learning their names, being made to feel special, to overnight, quite literally, being told to pick up the trash from their own parties, being treated poorly, and generally suffering. And every year, like clockwork, within 2 weeks of pledging starting, the entire class would attempt to quit. They would revolt. As chance would have it, the year I was president of the fraternity, the same thing happened. The pledge class tried to quit on us because pledging wasn't what they thought it would be. So they asked me to talk to them as a group across campus at the freshman dorms, their home turf. I knocked on the door with my VP and entered a hot 4-person dorm room with 24 guys crammed into it. 4 guys on the edge of every bed and every wall space taken up and every college futon covered a 19-year-old frustrated guy. I said, "So what's up?" All at once they began shouting their grievances. "This isn't what we were promised. Yeah, this isn't right. We shouldn't have to be doing, I have to focus on school." After a minute, it died down. I asked them, "Forget the pledging process. Who here wants to be a part of this fraternity, or at least wanted to be?" Slowly, they all reluctantly raised their hands. I was like, okay, good. Now, something like what we have here is pretty cool, right? Silent nods of agreement. Now, when you heard our reputation, you thought it was cool that we were so tightly knit, right? And you wanted to be part of something like that, right? More nods of agreement. "Yeah, but this isn't that," someone piped up. I raised my hand and acknowledged them. I was like, okay, right. So who here thought the pledging process would be easy? No one raised their hand. Then I want you to sit in this moment for a second. I want you to think about all the reasons you don't want to keep going, all the very reasonable things that you're giving up now for something unknown later. Really think about it. I paused for a few seconds to let the moment sink in, and I scanned the room to meet their eyes. This is what hard feels like. I continued. This feeling you have that you don't want to keep going, that you have all these reasons. Some of you have never experienced this before. This is it. Now you know. This is what hard feels like. And the gift of this is that you now get to decide what type of man you want to be. The type who gives up when it's hard, or the types who gets even harder. I scanned the room. They were back in. I stayed for a few moments to tell them it was okay, and then I went on my way. But I never forgot that moment. I tell this story because hard is relative. And I would encourage you to think of the many hard things you've been through in your life and use them to remind yourself that you can do this. You're going to sacrifice some now for more later. And if you jump ship too soon, you'll miss out on all the best parts. We don't put you through this process because we want to make you suffer. If anything, far from it. I want you to be the best. But unfortunately, the process of helping someone become the best forces them to kill the part of them that's their worst. And that part is painful. Just remember that you're not alone. Every person on the team went through exactly what you're about to go through and is better for it. If anything, what you're about to enter will become the memories that you will refer back to as the good old days. With that said, this is what hard feels like, and it's worth it. Now, many people say they want to be in the top 1%, or 0.1%, or even 0.01%. But saying that has zero bearing on whether it happens. Achievement comes from actions, not aspirations. So let's get real. To be the top 1%, you need to enter a room of 100 people and leave number one. To be the top 0.1%, you need to enter a room, a high school stadium, high school arena, basketball court, and leave number one. If you want to be the top 0.01%, you need to enter a stadium, an arena of 10,000 people, and leave number one. A true stadium filled with humans. And in a battle to the death in that stadium, you have to come out on top. You beat everyone. Not almost everyone, everyone. And if you have the goal to be the top 0.1%, do you think that you can live a normal life? Do you think that you can keep the same friends? Do you think you can keep the same hobbies? Do you think you can stay up late and sleep in on weekends? Do you think you don't have to sacrifice what average people care about? Do you think they will support you when you start to pass them? Do you think anyone will think this is healthy, balanced, or logical? No. And they're right. But it doesn't matter. When you want to be the 0.01%, there's no greater waste of time than explaining yourself to people who actively don't support you. It's normal for people to not understand why you do what you do. I say this because you cannot make yourself exceptional and live a normal life. To make yourself exceptional, you must live an exceptional life. And an exceptional life does not always mean better. It means it's so different that most people will reject it, and you. And when that happens, you must reject them as well. Oil and water do not mix. That is what it really means to be exceptional. You must become the exception. So I routinely get asked the secret to success, and I believe it just comes down to this. Number one, get better. Number two, never stop. If you do only those two things, you'll win. The problem is people convince themselves they no longer want something once they experience how hard it is to get. So I want to set this expectation as you head off to practice scripts, mark your calendar, and set your alarms. The work begins when your motivation ends. Just win. Alex. So I'll leave you guys with that. That's my final word to the sales team as when they get hired. And so that's what I will leave you guys with as you practice your scripts and as you'll tell your team and you reset the cultures that you have. We play to win here. And I think that comes from the top. That comes from you. And I don't think you can fake it.